everything is good to go. Do I have everything everywhere? Yes, it looks like we are all good. Hello. It is me, Visceral Serenity again, aka Steven. Here for another stream of web development. Maybe a bit of music. I kind of have more ideas for where to go with the song I was working on last time. It's kind of a synthwave song that starts out slower and gets faster, and I've been thinking about ideas for how I'm going to do that. Maybe a few different drum patterns, and I'm just going to jam around on the guitar a bit more until I come up with more ideas. I am going to be skipping the VR segment of the stream today, unfortunately. My knee is getting better. I kind of semi-injured my knee by pushing it a little bit too hard with exercise a bit. And like it's fine, like I'm able to like stand up and walk around and stuff, and that's okay. But my personal trainer has advised me to take it easy on the knee until it feels like more totally normal again. So at least for this one stream, I am going to be skipping on the VR exercise games and anything like that. But I'll make up for it because I've very much been participating in the Steam sales going on, and there's lots of games I want to play. And in addition to the Steam sale, one thing I want to show is I did buy the Monkey Ball game. So here's the case. There's nothing in it, but it does have a cute reversible cover that I might test with. And there's nothing in it because I have the game in my Nintendo Switch right now. Which, for that matter, when the time comes, I will need to go grab because I don't have that on me at this exact moment. But the game also came with a booklet, the way that video games used to do. Back in the day, when you bought a physical video game, it used to come with a little booklet that gave like context on things and like maybe some instructions, character descriptions, map descriptions. That used to be standard. That used to be how every like physical video game would be when you bought it. And this game did it again. It actually comes with the booklet and everything, where it like talks about the various character descriptions. It gives like a rundown of like all the various maps and stages, and there's even there's even some nice looking like concept art and stuff in the book too. And the cool thing is that it didn't even cost any more than digital. It was $50 either way. But the physical one comes with like an actual physical book, and I don't know. It's probably the best physical game purchase I've made in a long time. Like this is what I like from physical game purchases: a beautiful looking cover, a real tangible book. A game that's actually on the cartridge. Of course, there were updates and patches to download too, but as far as I know, the 1.0 version of the game is just fine, and is like actually on the cartridge. Like, and do you want to know what else is cool about the game? And I'll show this off later. But in Super Monkey Ball Banana Rumble, it works perfectly with the GameCube controller. So later in the stream, I'm going to be playing it on this GameCube controller. And what's special about this GameCube controller in particular is this is the GameCube controller I used to play the first two Super Monkey Balls on the GameCube more than 20 years ago. I have kept this controller for decades, and it still works. And as far as I can tell, the developers of Banana Rumble kept the GameCube controller in mind with where they put the button mappings, and I haven't been able to find any critical functionality that is assigned to a button that is on a Switch controller but isn't on a GameCube controller. So, of course, the game works perfectly fine on Joy-Cons or a Pro Controller, but I've actually been playing it with the GameCube controller, just like the good old days, and it works great. So like, my personal opinion is Super Monkey Ball Banana Rumble is basically Super Monkey Ball 3. The game is every bit as good as I was hoping, and it I don't generally stream AAA games on this stream, but I'm so happy with how this game turned out overall that I will be streaming a little bit of it. There are some indie games I want to stream too. I want to play more of Penny's Big Breakaway on the PlayStation 5. And there's an early access game on Steam that I got called It's Only Money that I want to try that kind of looks like a more cartoony version of GTA, but like not M-rated. So like imagine like open world Grand Theft Auto gameplay, but in more of a Fortnite cartoony style. It looks like it might be equivalent to a teen rating, but based on the gameplay I've seen, there's very little in the way of content warnings, and I don't think they're going for an M rating. So it looks good for this stream, and I'm gonna at least be trying that out. And obviously, there's another game. Well, here's my here's my main screen. As you can see, I have a lot of new to library stuff. I've been buying very many games. Of course, I'll be playing more Poosh XL, which is very relaxing. I've also been playing that on my off time too. It's very good. But yeah, I've bought very many games, most of them indie. I made an exception for Monkey Ball because I'm a big fan of the original Monkey Balls, and Banana Rumble pays so much respect to the old original Monkey Balls that it's like genuinely really good. It's like really genuinely good. So I'll be excited to get to that. Those are probably the three games I'm going to play today. I'm probably going to start off with a bit of Monkey Ball a little bit later when we get to the gaming segment, and then I'll play a little bit of It's Only Money because I'm just curious to try a new game, and then I might play Penny's Big Breakaway because it has been about a week since I've touched that one, and I don't want to forget the controls, and then to finish up with some good old Poosh XL, which is like a super simple game to play like at the very end of a stream when you're tired. But before that, of course, the first segment of the stream is web development and web dev related. So I will be getting to that first. So I am going to switch the category over to, I believe, software and game development is the one that's most appropriate. So I'm going to be doing that. And I'm going to be switching over to my MacBook. Yep, and it looks like... is my keyboard overlay working? Hold on, I might want to... Because like it works when it's in... Let's see. I'm just gonna be testing a little bit here. Yep, the keyboard overlay is working just fine. All right. So today for our web development section of the stream, yesterday I went over in pretty good detail the main US website for Super Monkey Ball Banana Rumble, which is a beautiful website. Like you can tell a lot of work went into basically every aspect of it. Like these elements are fantastic. From the perspective of using it with a mouse and keyboard, everything about, especially this element, I really like this element. I also have a physical iPhone that you can see on the side. This isn't an emulation. This is an iPhone SE2, which is the smallest screen iPhone that Apple still supports with updates to today. So, and that's what I usually test websites on. Just as kind of a lowest common denominator thing to be sure that things scale down good. It looks like I'm on the wrong website. Hold on. Here we go. So yeah, so then I was also testing stuff down here, And in my opinion, the website scales down very, very nicely. Like even for this element, like how they have the character as the first thing, so you kind of get that immediate feedback when you click on a new circle. Um, you immediately see the character you clicked on, and I think that was a really good approach for responsive design here. Like it just feels very satisfying, and I really really like this element. Yep, and yeah, and then you can buy the game too. It defaults to like the digital deluxe. I bought the legendary banana edition, which is weird because when you click on the Amazon link, it actually calls it the standard edition or the sorry, the launch edition. The launch edition and the legendary banana edition are the same thing. So if you buy that, you will get the instruction book and everything that it says here. Yeah, like it has the reversible cover. It has the 40-page book, which I will show off again because I really 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 like my physical media. And here it is. I have it just like it's showing, and it's very pretty. The artwork is so nice, and you get like sketch drawings, and I don't know. I am so incredibly happy with how this game turned out, and the presentation, and just all of this stuff. Like, this is the way that physical releases should be done. And I don't know. I think it's a very good game. It's the best Monkey Ball game they've made in more than 20 years. I'm saying this as someone that has played Monkey Ball back when it came out in the early 2000s. This game is good, and so is the website. I had a lot of very nice. Oh, it looks like they updated this too. One aspect of this website is the deadline used to be July 2nd to subscribe to get this skin, but now it says July 9. So I guess I have a little bit more time to give them my information for marketing purposes so I can get this skin. I'm not going to do that right now, but probably I will do that later just because I actually like the game, so I'm willing to give them a little bit of leeway on the whole data collection thing. Like, I know how it is. It's going to go into a database. They're going to market to me. But, like, man, I love this game. I think they did so good. But anyway, in terms of the website, I did have a few complaints about responsive design. Like, as you can see, the logo is getting cut off. Yeah, it looks like they didn't fix any of that yet. I did come up with the solution to fixing all of this in the previous stream, which you can reference that if you're interested. I also had a few accessibility issues with the slider. It like kind of works. Like, you are able to get through the information. It isn't like completely broken, but it was more tedious than it should be. And this element is almost it almost works excessively. The issue I was having is that they have alt tags on these images, but they make the alt tag blank, which is valid HTML. If you do this should pass an HTML parser. The issue is that having an alt tag with nothing in it, while valid, communicates to screen readers to skip the element. And if you have a container where the only thing inside the container is things that are ultimately an alt tag with nothing in it, a screen reader will completely skip the element. So the screen reader, I'll hold on, I want to highlight. So the stuff that's highlighted right here, the UL, the screen reader does not know that this exists because everything at the end of the UL is an element with an empty alt tag. All that it takes to fix this element is to add text to these alt tags. So, like, if they filled in the character names for these alt tags, this element is actually exceptionally well designed from an accessibility standpoint as well. And it's kind of a shame that they forgot that one last step, because this is my favorite element on the site, and it's almost accessible. It's so close. It's so close to being accessible. All that they need to do is add actual text to these alt tags, so it's not an empty alt tag. And then the screen reader will know that it exists. And from there, interacting with them works. Going down to the appropriate one works. Like it's like the screen reader won't be reading off like text from a different character, which is a very common issue with things like this. Like it really does just work. Like the development on this element is extremely high quality, and it really does just work. The only other very minor complaint I had was regarding their use of. Oh, actually, I have to give them. Wait, hold on. Did they fix it? Because I want to look. Okay, no, they did not fix it. Their use of IDs is slightly problematic. Not in a way that's going to break functionality, but problematic in a way where it won't pass an HTML parser. Because IDs need to be completely unique. That's actually the most important differentiation of an ID from a class. And so like ID C0 happening twice is technically a problem. I don't think it's going to result in any sort of an issue on the website. So in all practicality, there might not even be a reason to fix it beyond just pure semantics. But it should be known that IDs are supposed to be unique, and this would not pass an HTML parser if you were to put this through it, because these should be unique. So in my opinion, ID was not the proper thing to use. It was probably easier to target this in JavaScript. When I use IDs that are iterative like this, that's usually what I'm going for. But I would have kept the iteration going even in the second list, so it goes to C12, C13, C14, etc. Purely for the sake of better semantics. It doesn't affect the functionality in any way, so it's not a big deal, but it's something I noticed and wanted to just kind of point out again. Otherwise, I consider this website to be extremely good. It scales well up to desktop. I didn't get to show it on my iPad too much because for whatever reason the live feed of the iPad was freezing up. But it scaled very nicely to the iPad, including the view when you're in Safari with the tab group open, which is very important. I'm not going to hook it up because I had issues last time, but I did just want to show that again, just to show what I'm talking about for those that don't have an iPad. So I'll just hold it up to the camera. So like, right, so like that side tab, this is often something people forget about when testing on iPads, because like normally you would open your dev console, right, in Chrome, and you would go to iPad Air mode. You would test it this way, you would test it that way, and yep, it's good to go in the iPad. But the thing that this isn't going to do for you is this mode. Safari, the default browser, the browser even I personally use, kind of has a menu that can, like a menu that can come in and out. And that's a dimension you need to test as well. And based on my testing, the website is perfectly fine. I didn't notice any issues. So it even scales down to this like almost square, like not quite mobile, not quite tablet dimensions that almost everybody forgets about, and it even looks good like this. So the responsive design is beautiful. The animations are beautiful. The colors are beautiful. Very, very good website. Except for some unfortunate accessibility concerns that I found, namely for screen readers, which is something a lot of sites have issues with. But otherwise, the website was extremely good. And to be completely fair, I visited the website, and 3 days later, I have the product that this website is selling, and so like the website did its job, right? Like I bought the game brand new. And I was convinced, so good job, web devs. You guys built a good one. If you guys, because I understand how dev timelines are. I've spent most of my career working at agencies on very tight deadlines. I get how it is. Obviously, like the devs that built this website are extremely talented and skilled, and are more than capable of doing all of the suggestions I was saying too. Like they're probably equivalently experienced to me if they built this out. My assumption is that deadlines are what they are, and accessibility is unfortunately one of the things that gets the chopping block when there's tight deadlines, and for especially for a big AAA video game like this that has a release date, and people like me that want to buy it to sell it to, right? Like, but websites can be patched, so hopefully I'll revisit this site in a few weeks, and maybe those concerns will be addressed. And again, if any of the developers happen to stumble across my tiny little stream that no one watches yet, feel free to use any of my advice. Feel free to contact me directly. I would be more than happy to like literally give you the code that I figured out to fix this for free. I won't even like charge anything for it. I just like making the web a better place for everyone. So good job on the site. If any of you guys who built this site happen to come across my stream, feel free to contact me. I swear I'm a nice guy. Like really, I swear I'm never casting shade on anyone when I'm looking over a website. It's just that I really love websites. I love seeing how they work. I did last stream figure out how to fix both the issue here, and the issue here on sites. I came up with a working solution for both of those. So you can either reference the previous stream where I did that, or just contact me and I'll literally send you for free, no charge. I'm not even going to charge you anything for it to fix the website. Or if anyone at Sega is perhaps watching this, I just love the internet and love websites, and this website is fabulous and could be made even a little bit more fabulous. So that's kind of where I'm coming from. I don't even want to charge a consultation fee or money. Like literally for free. I just want to make the website. I just want to make the internet the best it can possibly be. Right. That's kind of where I'm coming from this. So if there's any tiny chance that anyone from Sega is watching this, or any of the developers have watched this, I have figured out a fix for those bugs that is probably very easy to apply. So with the solutions figured out, I am willing to give over the code and the solutions for free. If anybody relevant happens to watch this. So yeah, feel free to reach out. I have a Twitter/X account. You can reach out to me directly through Twitch or YouTube or whatever. And that goes for any website, right? Like obviously I'm just analyzing the front ends. I can't actually fix anything. But like for any issues I find where I do find a solution, and like maybe you were one of the devs on this, or like you work for the company that might be relevant for the website, literally just let me know, and I will send you the code and relevant instructions for the fix I figure out completely for free, no strings attached. And like I'm not going to ask for consultation money or anything. I'm literally just going to do it because I think websites are fun and cool. So yeah, that's kind of my whole thing on that. I literally do these web dev streams just because I think that it's fun, and I think websites are cool. Like I'm probably never going to make a lot of money on this Twitch stream. I literally just love the internet. And I get really excited when I see websites that are as good as this Super Monkey Ball one. And when I play games that are as good as this Super Monkey Ball game. Which is good, by the way. So, like, props to the devs, too. I'm going to be playing this a little later in the stream. Banana Rumble might be one of my favorite games that I've played this year so far. It's like actually that good. So, yeah. Well, we're 20 minutes into the stream. And we've mostly just been recapping what I was doing last stream, but plenty of time to go. I usually like to try and go for 4 hours, and I'm going to be skipping the VR segment anyway because my knee's bothering me. So the other thing I wanted to do is there are two other sites for this game that I wanted to analyze. First up is the asia.sega.com English version of the Banana Rumble website, which is completely different and is very unique in its own way. And my initial first impressions of this site were extremely positive. Beautiful animations. And I did take a look at one element, namely it's a little this element down the site, which is very similar to the element here. I imagine that they might have been collaborating a little bit, or at least like from high up, there were some like similar design sensibilities. The main difference, I think this one was built with a library, like a JavaScript library. It might be Slick Carousel because I've used that before, and the code I was looking at looked a bit similar. I think this one might have been built from the ground up. The main thing I was happy about with this one is it was fully accessible, or at least accessible enough. I was extremely happy and upbeat yesterday. I reviewed the VOD and I realized there might actually be a couple of minor issues. Nothing that stops it from functioning with a screen reader, because it does work fine with a screen reader. But when I get back down to this point of the website with a screen reader a little later, I might have a few extra comments and suggestions at that point. That'll be later though, because first I'm going to go through the website on desktop and on mobile and just compare how it scales. They also made this, because on this site, if you go to online manual, and then it'll load for a second, and there's going to be a few options, and one of them is English Asia, and if you click on that, that brings you here to the web manual. And I was so sure that this was just going to be like a PDF manual, but no, it isn't. It's actually like an actual website with like JavaScript and a pop-out menu, a menu to go back. And I haven't looked like at the front-end source code of the site yet, but I'm very curious how this works. So I do want to spend some time kind of analyzing this one too, just to kind of take a look at it. So I guess first of all, we're going to start with the asia.sega.com/bananarumble/en. So the English version of the asia.sega.com website of Banana Rumble, which I don't totally know why this exists when there's already the like English facing site, but because it exists, it's fascinating to me, and I wanted to look at it. So I'm going to look at it. And I guess now is the time to get started on that. So here we are on the homepage. I am going to refresh both of them at the same time, just to see like how they load in. Okay, so pretty similar, and it looks like a lot of thought was put into like how things are animating in and what you're supposed to look at when. So like the logo comes up first with the release date, and then the purchase here button, which I wonder what happens when you go there. Okay. Yeah, like obviously this is a bit different because the version of the game I bought did not come with this stress banana. As much as I would love to have this, I might search around eBay to see if I can find one of these monkey ball stress bananas, because I genuinely really want one. Not because I'm super stressed, but just because I think it looks really cool. But I don't think that they had that version in the North America release. Either that or maybe I waited too long to get it. But yeah, that's kind of one of my minor life goals right now, is to see if I can track down one of these Banana Rumble stress bananas. Like, I don't know. I just want one. I just want it. I really want one. So I guess I'll update the stream if I ever manage to track one down and import it into the States to get an official Super Monkey Ball stress banana. I might add that as one of the things for my like be right back screen, like alongside Little Anya, which for that matter, I'm gonna turn Little Anya's glasses off just to save on battery because it doesn't always last the full stream. But yeah, so I tend to go off on tangents. There's a reason my streams last 4 hours, and it's not because I struggle to make them last 4 hours. It's because I struggle to cap them at only 4 hours. That I'm a side tangent, rambling, talking kind of person. Which is why I'm really hoping that, like, you know, as I keep it up, as I gain a regular schedule, I get more people on chat, because this kind of stuff interests me so much that it's just like I just want to do it. I don't even care if it ever succeeds. Like I just want to do this like as much as I can. And usually I stop at 4 hours because that's about dinner time and I'm hungry. My previous two streams actually went closer to 4.5 hours. So I'm really turning into more of a 4 hour minimum streamer. Also, Awesome Games Done Quick, or the Summer Games Done Quick, is going on right now. So I would have to imagine a lot of people are watching that instead of me at the time being. But I'm going to do it anyway. I don't care if I don't care if I get viewers. I don't care if I get money. I just really enjoy doing this, and these streams are fun. And I go on a lot of side tangents, and I can be a little unfocused in these streams. But yeah, so I wanted to look at this website, just their little animations, and I'm gonna have my physical iPhone up here. As you can see, I'm streaming it to the to QuickTime Player here. And yeah, I'm just gonna kind of, well, first of all, I have played around with their mobile menu, which is beautifully animated. Like I like how the X properly, or like the hamburger properly transitions into an X. I've built animations like that before. And I always appreciate when I see that. And then there's a fade in, and then there's an animation with like a quick quick stagger on each one. So like each element comes up one at a time. It looks like they thought carefully about their colors too, and like the stroke around the text is really nice on each one. So, one thing I haven't looked at, how is the site on landscape mobile on the smallest possible phone? Okay, so it works. Yeah, I mean, I don't really have an issue. The only thing is the slight overlap between the hamburger menu and the purchase here. Maybe the gear icon being a little bit over online manual. Because this is another thing, and I'm actually going to be curious to test in DevTools. If I go to iPhone SE mode. Yeah, because none of that happens if you go to iPhone SE mode. But the thing that iPhone SE mode on Chrome does not account for, and I'll try to make these exactly the same size so that you can see what I'm talking about, is the top menu bar here, like where it says asia.sega.com. So if you're testing on iPhone SE mode on Chrome, it's not going to account for that. So the viewport's actually a little bit different. So they probably did test on iPhone SE mode on their Chrome DevTools or the other browsers they were testing on. But the viewport is actually slightly smaller than that if you're at the top of the page. And in this case, that slightly smaller viewport seems to result. I'm going to move this back. So 667 by 375. So I'm going to go to responsive mode. 667 by 375. So here would be the equivalent of what that was. But really, how it is more like this. So really, especially when you're testing like lowest common denominator phones, you actually have to go into responsive mode, or make your own custom preset, which is another thing you're allowed to do here in the edit area, and actually test it more like this. So that would be my only minor comment. I might make one very small media query at the end, just kind of to account for that a little bit. Maybe make the font sizes slightly smaller. Um, Actually, these are images, which have alt text, so that's totally fine. That's fine by my book. I I guess the downside of using images is you can't adjust the alt, or is you can't adjust the font size without adjusting everything. But because it uses appropriate alt text, I don't think there's going to be an accessibility concern. So I think that's ultimately fine. I would I the way I would probably fix this, and actually I might as well just make a media query right now. Um, One thing I often do in Chrome is I just go into the inspector style sheet to do random stuff. So like media screen and max height. I don't know when does this start to be an issue? I would say right at like if it's lower than 340 pixels. So the maximum height where these styles will apply is 340 pixels, and orientation landscape, because this only applies to things that are in landscape view and not like tall. So within those boundaries, um, right. So the main issues were the gear icon covering over the update details. So I'm going to start with that. So probably I'm going to target the Nintendo Switch logo first. I think that could be made a little bit smaller. Well, first of all, how are they doing height for this anyway? Is this on the image? Um, okay, so it seems like it's mostly based on width. So I would just do a media query where I make the width like hmm. Is there a little more to it? Um, because yeah, they're already using media queries at some places. So I don't want to use important. I hate using important. So why is my thing not quite doing the trick? Oh, it's because the width applies to the container. Um, I don't know. Maybe did I not copy and paste that correctly? Okay, first of all, will important work? Okay, so that's not even the issue. Width 15%. Because yeah, it works when I adjust it there. Media query screen and maximum width where it applies is 678 pixels. So I might actually I don't think this will fix the issue, but just to make things a little more consistent. Because yeah, I want to make the Switch logo slightly smaller and these two buttons slightly closer together. Is kind of what I'm trying to do. I don't know why my thing isn't working, so I'm just gonna do that. Um, I don't know. I might have wrote my media query wrong. So let's see. Yeah. Okay. So I probably wrote my media query wrong. So let's see. Yeah, I misspelled screen. So that was a simple typo. Let's see. Yeah, so I make the Switch logo slightly smaller. And how about these two buttons here? All right, so it looks like We got top update and top manual is our classes here. And both of them have top side link. On what's going on inside of each one. So it's interesting how they're using view width as the top. That's an interesting way of scaling these. So I guess I'm just going to stick to that. Um, I always mix up my keys because I'm using a Windows keyboard with the Mac, so I sometimes. But yeah, so I'm not gonna be doing anything different than what they're doing here. I'm just gonna make it slightly less in this particular media query. So instead of 16 view width, maybe like 13 view width. Wait, what were they using exactly? Top. Yeah, and then I'm gonna do the same thing to this one. I'm gonna find wherever they did that here. So yeah, top 32 view width. Yeah, I don't know that I've ever seen the approach of using view width to adjust the height of something. I'm certain there's some way where that mathematically works out. I wouldn't know off the top of my head why, but it seems to work. I'm just gonna slightly adjust the values to keep up with the pattern of what they're doing right now. Yeah, and I want a reminder of just I just want to make sure that there you go. Oops, hold on. Because yeah, I don't mind the overlap between the gear and online manual a little bit, but it can't be as much as that. And it looks like I've got about the right size here now because purchase here is overlapping about that much. So for that, um, I'm just going to make the purchase here very slightly smaller. Yeah, and they're just using a standard width percentage. So once again, I'm not gonna break the trend. I'm just gonna follow whatever it is they're doing. So instead of 45%, I'll do maybe with 40%, 35. I don't know. I kind of feel like the purchase button is supposed to be big though, because that's like the primary call to action. So it's got to be bigger than the green ones. I don't know if I want to go. You know what? I don't want to make it smaller. I think being that big is fine because that's the primary call to action. So that should be the biggest option. Okay, so they're using bottom for positioning throughout their media queries. So I'm gonna make maybe bottom. I don't know. I'm gonna play around with this a bit. Maybe like bottom 75. Yeah. There we go. This code right here. I might adjust. No, but I don't want those being too close though. I'm gonna say this would be fine enough. Um, like if we go back to what it was, I'm just gonna cut. Yeah, so I'm gonna say that would pretty much fix the issue. Is to make a new media query with a max height of 340 pixels, but the same, but like basically take the media query that they already had going on with a max width of a 768. Um, okay, so I'm not. I guess I would need to study their code base to just be sure that I'm all in line with like everything that they'd want to be doing. But I would make one more, or keep it to orientation landscape, and set the max height to 340 to kind of emphasize like smallest common denominator phones like the iPhone SE. So like that way, this all goes back to the way it was anyway until you get to one of those really small phones. And I believe the iPhone SE is the smallest screen currently supported phone that you can buy right now. I'm not aware of any Android phones on the market with a screen smaller than that. But at least in terms of very popular phones, the iPhone SE is still a phone that I think should be tested for because you can still buy them and they're very, very, very popular. A lot of people have these phones. The iPhone SE 1, 2, and 3 that have this screen are popular enough that testing specifically for them is something I would advise. So this would be the approximation. I'm going to get rid of the important because I don't think that's necessary, and you shouldn't use important unless you have to. I think this fixes the issue here. So that's what I would do to fix the hero area. So yeah, I guess that's that for that. Let's go back to a regular view and scroll down a little bit further. So yeah, I guess like that was somewhat of a minor thing. Like it's not really that big of a deal. I'm going to turn off ad block here, just in case uBlock Origin is getting in the way of anything. But yeah, I love the bouncy animation effects, and those are very pretty. Hmm. I do think it's a little interesting that they're using images for like almost every instance of text. I guess to some extent you would almost have to. Like even for something like that, like that might be a little tricky to do outside the realm of making it an SVG. Which at that point there might not be that much difference to it being a PNG. As long as their alt text is what it should be, which it looks like it is, then I think that's fine. I don't know if I love the auto playing video. If I have one criticism, do they do that on mobile too? I'm just gonna see if they're doing that on mobile. Oh my god, those animations are so good. Hold on, I just kind of want to look at those animations again. Maybe slightly laggy just because I'm on a very lowest common denominator phone, but very pretty. I love the bounciness. Ah, yeah. Okay, so at least on mobile, it looks like autoplay is disabled, which in my opinion is very, 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 very important because videos are a large amount of data, and a lot of people are still on strict data plans where they got to be careful about them. They're megabytes. But I did notice desktop auto playing, which is still not something I personally agree with. If that's what they're doing. So let's see. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. I could have sworn there were some auto-playing videos as I was going down. I'm gonna refresh and clear cache. I'm gonna clear the web cache for this page. Did that really refresh? Hold on. I'm gonna do it again. And that basically reloads everything from scratch. Like if it was maintaining any files that it was just reusing from what it already downloaded, it deletes that and reloads the page from scratch, and that's what that option does. Okay, so I think I am incorrect about the auto playing videos. I don't think the site is doing that. I could have sworn I could have sworn I saw auto playing videos when I was looking at the site the other day. But I guess it's totally possible that they went back and changed that, which would be my advice. I don't think autoplaying YouTube videos as you scroll are a good idea. So, all right, that's a non-issue. I noticed that last time, and I was prepared to comment on that, but it looks like they already got to that, so that's fine by me. I'm just gonna look through the rest of the site here. Battle mode. I kind of like these spinning stars as just like a little extra. I will be testing the accessibility of these elements for sure, to be sure that it focuses on the pop-up after you click on it and that there's an easy way to get out of it. Adventure mode. This slider here will be an interesting use case because there's no navigation other than dragging, which generally in carousels I advise either having arrows and or dots. I can understand why stylistically they'd want to keep it more minimal. I'm a little slightly concerned there might be accessibility issues with this. But again, we'll see we'll see when we get there. I would add dots though, because like even scrolling through this, I don't know how many of them there are, right? Like I feel like either having left and right arrows or like dots to indicate how many of these that there are would be a good idea. I'm interested to see how they're doing that via skew. There's a few ways of doing that. I just want to know how they're. So yeah, they are really skewing the element. Oh, and the little striped border is its own background element too. That's interesting. Yep, WebKit transform. And yeah, they even have a class for that, spin IMG, which I imagine might have some animations attached to it, or some keyframe animation attached to it too. Or perhaps they're using an animation library. I'm not totally sure. Anyway, let's look a little more. And yeah, this element I quite like. I think it's very pretty. I think it's very nice. And it worked with the screen reader. the other day. I wasn't having any issues with that. Yep, and here we are at the end now. I'm also going to quickly go through the whole site landscape like this on real hardware. Because, yeah, now since I've scrolled up, I'm pretty sure it's going to be the same as the iPhone SE mode now. Yeah, like if you notice like where the purchase here button is compared to that character and their ball, now it's the same. It's just that you always have to keep in mind that real browsers on real hardware have components and elements that the Chrome emulation isn't going to do. So it's not always one to one. And testing on real hardware is extremely important. And like as you can see, the additional CSS I added already makes it look way nicer. Yeah, and like as soon as the menu goes away, the overlapping on the menu and purchase here goes away too. Hmm. Yeah, and one more thing, I don't know. I almost want to say make purchase here smaller as you scroll down because that is getting in the way of the content, especially on a small screen. But that might be a controversial suggestion only because that is the primary purpose of this website is to get you to buy the game, right? So I can kind of understand why like there might be pushback against the idea of making purchase here smaller ever. But when I'm reading the site like this, it does get in the way of text like right here. So I would advise purchase here can be this big when you're at the top, but after you scroll below the hero, I think purchase here should become a little bit smaller because it is big enough in mobile landscape to literally affect the site's readability. And usability too. Like if I want to learn about that, I look on that pop up. Like I have to like purposefully position and touch very carefully. So I would say on probably within that same media query where if it's landscape and smaller than a certain height, and when you scroll down past or below the hero, I would add another class that would make it a little bit smaller so that it doesn't cover up so much stuff. All right. Beyond that, everything seems fine. Like it's totally functional. The back to top button works. So I'm probably going to move on to the screen reader segment soon, but I am a little curious to test what exactly that gear icon does because I have not done yet. It looks like those are cookie settings. Okay, and in my case, I'm usually very lazy. I just confirm everything. That's kind of my style. But yeah, I guess like they're doing their due diligence to have that there, and it seems to work. So yeah, overall, I'll check out a couple of these other pages too. Let's see what the media page looks like. I might not go over them in as much detail because we're already approaching 1 hour. Let's see, are these pop-ups or do these go to YouTube? Okay, it looks like both. It's a pop-up to YouTube. And for that autoplaying, I'm fine with because it's user initiated. Like you know you're going to be watching a video one way or another when you click on this. So I think that's fine. Um. Hmm. I do notice that the navigation menu goes away, but it looks like they have a button to go back. I'm not totally sure why it says top. So yeah, it is slightly jarring that the navigation menu goes away. Um, at least you have a way back when you get down here. I would probably add this button up here too. And instead of top, I would say return. And I would have it I would have it right below media here, and I would have it here, and I would have it say return and not top. To me personally, that makes more sense. Because like it's possible someone visits this page and is only interested in the first video, and decides that they've had enough, and they might not want to scroll all the way down to figure out how to get back. Like it would make more sense to have a way back immediately. Normally I would expect the menu, like the main menu, these basically to still be there and have an option there to get back. Alternatively, this button works well enough. I would just have it say return. That's probably my comment there. So how about the okay, so news isn't a page, it just scrolls down. And same with game modes. Those just scroll down. It looks like this is a unique page. The update page. Okay, so it's just a drop down that's got some text info. Yeah, and same deal. Like I'm guessing that this is an element that's probably repeatable. So I would just have top say return in every instance. I think that makes a lot more sense. Yeah, and then there's a language drop down as well. All right, and I think that pretty much wraps up the basics of covering this website. Whew, all right, so we've been going for 1 hour, which means the stream is still basically just getting started. I'm going to take a brief break and just for a couple minutes to use the washroom and stuff. When I get back, I'm going to open up Mac OS VoiceOver, a screen reader, and go over the site with that. So that will be next up. And after I do that, we're going to analyze this website in the same way and do all of the same stuff. And that will probably take an additional hour. And we'll bring the Webdev segment to 2 hours, as I would usually do. So one moment, I just got to prepare my BRB. I'm very analog with my various screens. So, all right, with that done, have fun hanging out with little Anya, Patrick, Waluigi, the Good Vibes sign, and the gang, and I will be back soon. Okay, I'm back. I have returned. Let me just gather my thoughts a little bit. Right, so I'm going to return to... Hold on, I'm going to adjust one more. There we go, I just got to make sure that my... Because like, I use like an iPad as like a little stream deck, but I just like making sure everything's configured properly. I was just double checking. So we're probably done with the phone for now. I'll return to the MacBook. Is the overlay... It looks like the overlay's having an issue. Because like it works when I'm in Windows, but sometimes that'll happen. Hold on, I'm gonna adjust a setting. I just want to see, because yeah, the configuration I'm using to make the keyboard overlay work on both Windows and Mac at the same time is complicated, to say the least. And I don't quite understand why it works sometimes and not other times. I'm still kind of figuring that out. I'll play around with this for like another second. Otherwise, I don't know. I always like having that keyboard overlay working. Oh. I got it to work again. All right, so also, one thing I realized I forgot earlier is I have the ability to do that, so I take up less screen. So, I'll remember, I'll remember. Oh no, it's... And my overlay is not working again. Because yeah, like it works when I'm in Windows, but then as soon as I go through Synergy, man, I had it working. Hold on, I'm gonna do the stuff I was doing again. Because there's like a mode in the settings that I toggle, and that sometimes makes it work again. Yeah. It looks like we are good to go. So at this part of the stream, I'm gonna grab my headphones so I'll be able. Hold on, I gotta untangle some cables here. Just gotta get a couple of cables worked out here. One more second. There we go. I have freed my headphones. All right, so. Gonna drink a little bit of water. It is now time for the part of the stream where I turn on a screen reader and see what the website would be like for visually impaired users. So, I am going to refresh the page to undo anything I might have done earlier, including those various fixes. And I'm going to turn on voiceover and use it and see what happens. I'm just gonna do that. That should do
voiceover. VoiceOver speaks descriptions of items on the screen and can be
VoiceOver on Chrome. Super monkey ball banana. Visited link image. List 3 navigation. List visited link image. Media 1 of 3. Visited link image. News 2 of 3. Visited link image. Game modes. You are currently on a link. End of list. End of navigation. Nintendo Switch image. You are currently on an image. List 1 item. You are currently in a link. Down pointing black language. List 5 items. Link.
简体中文
3 of link.
한국어
4 of 5. Visited link. English. Asia. List 5 language. Down pointing black pointer. Language.
No real problems there. I did notice, like, it incorrectly said down pointing when it was up pointing, but that's such a tiny little thing. I like, if I were in charge of this site, I wouldn't even tell my devs to fix that. Like, it's so small.
Super monkey ball. End of list. You are currently in a list.
I kind of expected it to go to those buttons next, but I guess it's not the biggest deal.
Heading level 1. Super Monkey Ball Banana Rumble. Image. Available June 25th, 2024. Image. SGD 34.9. Unlabeled image. Visited. Link. Image. Update details.
All right, there's those now.
Link. To visited. Link. Image. Online manual. Visited. Link. Image. Purchase. You are currently on a link. To click this link, press Control. End of banner. Main. You are currently on a main. Inside
All right.
content.
So far, the header is perfectly fine. I have no complaints. Or the hero, that is. The like main hero section seems fine to me.
Article. You will be on a roll before you know it. A must-have party game that's totally bananas. Image. You are currently on an image. To begin interacting.
So it's interesting. The alt text
Shift down arrow
is better than it has to be.
Article. You will be on a roll before you know it. A must-have party game that's totally
Or
bananas.
at least different, because it says let the rumble begin,
Interacting with the contents
but the alt text
You will be on a roll before you know it. A must-have party game that's totally bananas.
is all of that.
You are currently on an image. To begin interacting with the Super Monkey Ball Banana Rumble. Gameplay trailer. Group. You are currently in a group.
How did that video start?
Keyboard shortcut K. Button. Group. YouTube video player. Group.
Now it's auto playing.
K. You are currently on a button.
I dislike auto playing videos.
Space.
But like I'm confused because it wasn't auto playing earlier. But like it seems to be now. So I would say, I don't know. I'll test around with that more after the screen reader section. I am anti auto playing YouTube videos. And I would advise they don't do that. Again, no shade against any developers, because usually decisions like that don't come down to us. I too have had to implement auto playing videos on websites because that's oftentimes my job. But that would be my overall advice.
End of. Super Monkey Ball End of. Super Monkey Ball Banana Rumble. Sega Pass trailer. Super Monkey Ball End of. Super Monkey Ball Bang image. You are currently on image.
It's interesting that
press Control.
They added alt text to those images. Usually images that are like that are a part of the background will have an alt tag with no text in it, which is appropriate in those cases where it's more of a background. But I mean, this is valid too. I probably would have made that image alt text with empty so that a screen reader would see it as a background element. But I guess they made the decision that a screen reader should read Bang there, which is also fine. I have zero issues with that. It's okay. It's one of those things where I would say it's okay either way.
End of article. You are currently on an article. You are heading level 2 news image. List 5 items. Heading article. Heading list 5 items. You are currently in a pointing black triangle. List 5 items. Super toolbar item palette. You are current.
I think I accidentally refreshed the page.
Image.
User error, that's my fault.
Banana Rumble news article. You are currently in an article. 2020 heading level 2 digital deluxe edition empty.
I did not mean to refresh the page. I think I just accidentally pressed the button because I'm still learning screen readers a little bit myself. Like I mostly know how to use them just because I use them sometimes. It is a little more confusing because I'm also using a Windows keyboard for a Mac application, and that adds another layer of complexity. So sometimes some things are user error. I refreshed the page on accident.
Empty group. The 15 customization items include June 25th. That's empty group digital deluxe.
Okay, so they're probably using a BR tag. Oftentimes when you're going through text and you see empty group, that's because of a BR tag.
The 15 customization items included June 25th. Empty group. Be sure to check out the new trailer highlighting the features of the digital deluxe edition and the
which means they're probably not using paragraph tags right here.
On a text element.
I'm gonna turn off voiceover.
Voiceover off.
I'm gonna give a guess to say that they're not using two separate paragraph tags here. Yeah, and that's exactly one. Well, it's one reason why you should limit BR tags to only when they need to be used. Using BR tags can be fine, but using them too much is problematic because that's what it does to a screen reader. I just wanted to point that out. In this case, there should have been 2 paragraph tags. That would have been more semantic in my opinion.
Super monkey link. A pointing black triangle. Be sure to check link. A pointing black triangle. Super monkey ball banana rumble new trailer. You are currently on a link. /thumb link. A pointing black triangle. Super monkey ball banana rumble new trailer.
Yeah, and again, it says up pointing black triangle when that's very much not what that is. I want to turn off voiceover again and take a look at how this button was made. All right, I mean, it's your pretty standard button, and to be fair, it did read off, at least yeah, like it did read off the button text. I'm not totally why it miscommunicated what the arrow is, but it got the essential info in there, so I'm gonna say ultimately that's fine.
Welcome to VoiceOver.
Be sure to check out the new trailer link. A pointing black triangle. Super monkey ball banana rumble new trailer.
Because yeah, like ultimately, link Super Monkey Ball new trailer is the important part.
/thumb_segapus.jpg unlabeled image. You are currently on an unlabeled image.
They should add alt text to that image.
Press Control Option Shift down arrow.
I know I'm turning voiceover on and off a whole lot right now. Oops. But let's see. Why did it say unlabeled image? Yep, there's no alt tag at all. Quick fix. All that you would do. Hold on. Edit as HTML. Every image needs an alt tag. It's required. So I would maybe even just add something like that.
Welcome to VoiceOver.
Leaving. Div. Entering. Leaving.
Oh.
Div class equals S.
Hold on.
CL. Voiceover off.
Dev tools can make voiceover a little weird sometimes. So I try not to turn voiceover on when Dev tools is open.
Voiceover on link. A pointing black triangles. Super monkey ball rumble. Sega Pass trailer graphic image.
Yeah, cause I would do that. Either that, or if they would prefer to have the screen reader skip by that image, then have an alt tag, but just put no text in it. An alt tag with no text is valid HTML and is useful in some contexts. That would have been okay. I think the better solution is what I just did, because this image does communicate stuff. In which case, I just basically wrote out the text that was in the image as the alt text. Very minor complaint, but just something to keep in mind. The alt tag is a required component of image or the alt attribute is a required component of image tags, even if you choose to put no text in it. That's just something worth keeping in mind, and that does matter for screen readers, especially.
About Super Monkey Ball Banana Rumble. Heading level 4. New game modes. Face off against up to 15 players online in battle mode. From friends and family to players around the world. Heading level 5. A glimpse at some of the multiplayer modes. You are currently on a /imgssbt race 01.j.
Yeah, more unlabeled images.
You are currently on an unlabeled image. To begin interacting with the contents of this image.
For these images specifically, I probably would set them to alt and then blank, because you get context for what the images are below them anyway.
Race. You are currently /imgssbt race. Empty group. A variety of courses filled with stage gimmicks to trip you up. The first player to the goal wins. /imgssbt banana 02.jpg. Unlabeled image.
Yeah, so that would be my approach. So
with the contents of this image,
just an alt tag, but with no text in it for both of these images, I think would be the appropriate change to make there.
Banana Hunt. Empty group.
And again, that's only because the text under the image gives you context anyway for what those are. So I think that would be my approach there.
Play adventure mode with up to whether you're winding down. Empty group in adventure mode. Whether you're
these should be paragraph tags, and they're separating them with the BR tag.
/imgSSADV
More unlabeled images.
Empty group in battle mode. Super monkey.
Okay, these should really be paragraphs. They aren't.
Through stages. You are currently
never ever use 2 BR tags in a row. The BR tag is valid sometimes. There are use cases. In my personal opinion, there is never a valid reason to use 2 BR tags in a row, and I'm almost certain that that's what they're doing here. Yeah, where it's 1 P tag and it's 2 BR tags. Don't do this. Don't do this ever. If you're using 2 BR tags in a row, something is wrong and you have to do it a different way. My personal opinion is never commit 2 BR tags to production. If you have to do that really quickly, for like a staging environment, do that. My personal opinion is that 2 BR tags in a row is never appropriate under any circumstances, and is extremely confusing for screen readers. To the point where a newer screen reader user might think that they broke the website or did something wrong. Because of this, this absolutely needs to be 2 separate paragraph tags. I just want to emphasize that do not separate paragraphs with 2 BR tags to get extra space. That's bad. That's like actually objectively not a good thing to do. Not to get harsh about it, but that's just something really to keep in mind. If you're ever in a situation where you're wanting to use 2 BR tags one after the other, there's better ways of doing what you're trying to do. Like 100% guaranteed. Don't use 2 BR tags in a row.
Link. Return end of article. Star D empty.
Anyway, I want to get back to where I was.
Slash power.
All right. Anyway,
Digital deluxe.
I was over here.
Slash empty group. Super monkey ball.
Because yeah, we're saying like empty group twice.
Empty group.
That happened on another site I was looking at. Like I was looking at the site for one of the Ace Attorney games that's coming over to the United States that's getting released in a few months, which as an avid fan of the series I will probably also buy. But that had the same issue where they were separating paragraphs with 2 BR tags, and on stream I got confused and thought that I broke something. And it took me like an entire minute to figure out why it wasn't going to the next text. So yeah, never use 2 BR tags in a row to separate text that should be 2 separate paragraphs.
Empty group. In battle mode.
That isn't to say that you shouldn't use BR tags, because again, there are valid uses for the BR tag. It's not like you should never use it. But I might go as far as to say that you should never use 2 BR tags in a row. Maybe there's a context somewhere, somehow, where using 2 BR tags in a row is appropriate. I'm of the opinion that it is always not correct to use 2 BR tags in a row. And I've never once in my career seen a use case where that has happened and has been the best approach. So that's my advice there. If you're using 2 BR tags in a row, don't, and figure out another way to get the same effect.
In battle mode. Slash heading level from slash heading level.
Anyway, that's probably
Empty group. The Sega empty group. Star when playing the Sega star when slash heading level 5. Play slash sonic.jpg on sonic slash tails.jpg tails slash knuckles.jpg unlabeled image.
All right, so these images are unlabeled, but at the very least the file name is good enough to know what the image is. So again, images require alt tags, and it shouldn't be unlabeled. But in this context, it's non-problematic because, or at least effectively non-problematic, because the image file name was simple enough.
Slash amy.jpg unlabeled image. Amy. The Sonic the Hedgehog. Horizontal splitter. Slash axel.jpg axel. Empty groove. Crazy taxi. Slash beat.jpg beat. Empty group. Jet Set Radio. Horizontal heading level 5. Slash AI code shadow.j shadow.
So yeah, that's my criticism for all of these. Every image should have alt text, even if it's empty.
Definition list 5 items. Black square Sega Black square DLC Sega Pass. 2. List 1 item. Katakana empty. Sega end of list. Black square digital deluxe edition. List 2. Katakana middle dot super money. Empty Sega end of star empty star content from the empty group.
No real thoughts there, just pretty standard.
Link. Return to news. End of main. You are currently on a main inside of web content. To exit this web area, press Control.
Did I accidentally go to a whole different page? Oh! Ha! Ha! Talk about an interesting user error. I thought that I refreshed the page. I actually went to a whole different page and analyzed it. In which case, let's see, is this going to go...
Ball Banana Rumble News vertical line set.
Okay, so...
Window switch. Image. Level 1. Voiceover off.
From a navigation standpoint, that's confusing, because here's what I think happened. Here's what I think that I did on accident. So I got to this section, and I think I clicked on it expecting this to be a drop-down. Yes, and then I clicked on that, but actually it's a link and not a drop-down. From a semantics point of view and just a UI UX point of view, and this will be another criticism of this website, from a design perspective, not a development perspective. Usually when I see that, I assume that it's going to be a drop-down, and clicking it's going to expand it. These are actually links. So I would probably just get rid of these triangles, because like up here, the triangle communicates that it's a drop down, and that's how I know that that's what it's going to do. That's usually what triangles mean. Whereas for this, it looks like there's no drop down functionality to speak of, and these are just links. I don't know. That's my thought from a design perspective. If I were one of the developers on this site and I was working with the designer, that's one of the comments I would have had prior to building the site out. So I guess with that known, we're going to start from this element with the screen reader and just go from there and finish the rest of the homepage.
Super Monkey Ball Banana Run. Visited. Link. 2024.0. Appointing black triangle. 2 of. Link. 2020. Link. Link. 2020.
Yeah, and some of this is user error too, because to be completely fair, the screen reader did make it very clear that this is in fact a link.
On a link. To click this link, press.
And I just wasn't paying enough attention to the screen reader. So to some extent, this is user error on my part, where I should have just been listening to the screen reader lady a little bit better, because she very clearly told me it was a link. So I feel like it's fine. It's a little bit confusing just from a UI UX perspective, because I don't usually expect to see that particular triangle element on something that isn't a drop down of some kind, and that's just a link. From a development perspective, I don't think there's any problems here. This seems fine to me.
Pointing black link 2024.
I mean,
black triangle.
Other than the fact that it keeps on saying up pointing black triangle, even when it's not up pointing, I'm not totally sure what that's about, but I would probably try to address that too and make sure that the screen reader at least lists off the proper direction.
Link. End of list. Visited. Link. Pointing black triangle. End of article. New unlabeled heading level 2 battle mode. New unlabeled image. Heading level 2 battle mode image. A new game mode where you can face off against up to 15 players online. Image. List 5 items. Race. 1 of toolbar. You are currently on a toolbar. To interact with a variety of courses toolbar. You are race toolbar. You are currently on a toolbar. To interact with the items on this toolbar.
Yes, I actually do want to do that.
Toolbar. 3 items.
Okay, so yeah, the slider.
Bullet 1. Bullet 1. Bullet 1. Out of toolbar. You are currently on a toolbar. To enter in toolbar. No visible title to bullet out of toolbar.
What happens if I click? Is this where I would click if I would want to open the image? Can I open the image if I'm using a screen reader? Is that plus sign accessible at all?
A variety. Banana Han. Toolbar. Banana. A variety. Toolbar. Race. Toolbar. A variety of courses. Toolbar.
Because the actual slider is, because
the items on this toolbar.
The premise here is like I have these 2 buttons held down, which is the VO button. That's kind of a special modifier. I mapped it to these buttons. You could map that to what you want. And if you hold shift over an element that is stuff inside of it, you can kind of go Oops.
Unlabeled image.
I clicked the wrong thing. Let me get back.
Variety toolbar. You are currently on a toolbar.
So where it says where I can do shift down arrow
In toolbar.
to go inside it, and that's how I'm inside the carousel now. And now that I'm inside the carousel, I can do space to click, and going between these images works just fine.
2. Button.
矢印矢印
So
矢印
that works well enough. I don't have an issue with that. But I'm trying to figure out if there's a way to get to that plus sign. Because the one thing to keep in mind is many people that use screen readers, if not even a majority, can see a little bit. Where they won't necessarily see well enough to read any of the text, which is why the screen reader will read it out for them, or at least it'll make it a lot easier on them. But they can see a little bit. So in the context of a carousel that has an expandable image, they might be able to still gain information and something they're interested in learning from seeing the image bigger, right? So I would consider the plus sign to expand the image to still be something that the screen reader should be able to access, should the user want to.
矢印
Bullet 1. Bullet 1.
And it seems like I can't.
Unlabeled image.
矢印矢印
Bullet 2. Bullet
It's also a little weird that I can't navigate the bullets, but the fact that I can at least navigate these slides with these buttons.
矢印
Unlabeled image.
矢印
Unlabeled image.
矢印
Unlabeled image. You are
I
currently
wouldn't have those be unlabeled images. I would definitely have this say right, this say left, and that would give enough context.
矢印
unlabeled.
So I'm gonna do shift and go back up.
A variety of toolbar.
See, do I have any way? Like, can I tab?
To enter link, comma. 1 button. Bullet 2. But leaving toolbar. Leaving 1 link, comma.
Oop.
You are currently 1 button. Link, comma. You are currently on a tab group.
So link tab group. What if I press?
Toolbar. Press control option. Leaving to play button. Group. Link. Watch. Leaving.
通関
1 button. Link, comma. You are currently
So
on a tab group.
I'm on a link, and it says it's a tab group. No, but even still,
Button. Group. You are currently on voiceover off.
I don't know. I'm a little curious. Maybe the plus sign is an image that has an empty alt attribute, like an alt attribute that has no text. Yeah, that's what it is. And what will happen if you do that is the immediate parent container, because like if there's a container element, but every single child element inside the container is an alt tag that's like this, where it's empty, it'll skip by it. So due to this, the functionality to expand the images is completely blocked off from screen readers. The fix for that would be for these plus sign images to literally adjust the alt text to say I don't know, expand, I guess. And I think that's going to make that work now. So I'm going to test around with this element now.
VoiceOver speaks.
Oop, hold on.
Voiceover on application. Unchecked.
Put VoiceOver off, please. Close the dev tools, then open VoiceOver.
Welcome to VoiceOver.
Entering toolbar. Link. Image. Expand. List 5 items.
矢印矢印矢印
Unlabeled image.
All right, so
Toolbar.
I leave that group.
A variety of toolbar. Race. Toolbar. In toolbar.
Okay, so I'm going back down into the group.
Bullet 2. Bullet 2.
矢印
Expand.
矢印
Expand.
Oh,
Bullet 2.
there it is. Okay, yeah, so if I'm over where I put expand, but it still doesn't work. Why?
Expand. Bullet 2. Clickable. In text. Expand. Out of text. Out of toolbar. Article. You are current. Article. Smash. Image. Art. End of. Pow. Unlabeled. Star. End of list. Split. End of list. Get ready to run. End of. Get ready to run. End of list. Entering toolbar. Link. Image.
矢印
Unlabeled image.
矢印矢印
Out of toolbar. You are Slash
Okay.
GSSBT banana 01.jpg and one more item. Dialog.
But it didn't open the right image.
Responding. Chrome not
Okay, maybe that's just because I didn't add alt text to all of them. So I'm going to try adding alt text to all of the plus signs. Actually, I might go a little bit further here. Instead of just say expand, I'm going to say expand race image. Okay, and each plus sign is unique to each image in the slider. So I guess to make this easier just for myself, actually, I think this is... Because yeah, I think that's the issue I was having, right? Okay, so this is the first one. So edit as HTML. So expand race image 1. And then I want to... And yeah, that's definitely the second one. So then expand race image 2. I'm just going to double check to be sure we're good now. Yeah. So I think now this is probably maybe going to work. If I still have an issue, I'm going to take the time to add alt text to every plus tag here and see what happens.
Welcome to VoiceOver. VoiceOver speaks to...
voiceover on Chrome and on link.
I'm just going to try to get back to around the area.
ボールバナナラ矢印矢印矢印
Unlabeled image. Out of toolbar. Article. You are currently on an article. Article. End of article. You are entering toolbar. Bullet. Out of toolbar. Race. You are
All right.
currently on a
So here I am where I would be at the beginning. So I'm on the race section here.
toolbar. You are currently on a toolbar. To interact with the items on this toolbar, a variety of toolbar. You are currently on a toolbar. To interact with the items on this toolbar, press Control, Option, Shift, down arrow.
So I do shift down arrow,
Toolbar. 4 items.
矢印
Unlabeled image.
which should stay left, but
Expand race image 1.
yeah, so I can expand race image 1. So if I click space,
矢印
Expand race image 1.
矢印
Unlabeled. Expand race.
why isn't that working? Because that's definitely where I
Bullet.
put the alt text.
Image one.
If it's recognizing that.
In text. Expand race image. A. Out of text. Toolbar. You toolbar. Banana hand. A variety toolbar. You are currently on a variety of courses toolbar.
Huh. Also, my camera appears to have
On this toolbar. Press Control, Option, Shift.
stopped working. Hold on one moment while I troubleshoot that. Oh, you want to know what happened? Is that I use my iPhone 12 as my camera, and it ran out of battery because I didn't plug it in. So I will very temporarily have no camera until my iPhone 12 gets enough charge to work again. Which it's turning back on right now, so I think I'll have video again soon. But yeah, I kind of want to work on fixing this section up a little bit. I'm convinced that this could be made accessible pretty easily with because yeah, these do have alt text. So I actually don't know if I want to mess with that. It's not in English, but it's still there, so it's still valid. So why is it saying unlabeled image? Because it's definitely not. Yeah, and I'm even more confused about why this isn't working now, because should recognize the alt text, and it even reads out the alt text. Oh, and also another thing I noticed is that you don't need to actually click on the plus sign. Yeah, the plus sign is just a thing that they add with CSS before. The image as a whole is what gets clicked on. Huh. And they're using an A tag without an href. It has data href. Maybe that's valid. I feel like that might be causing an issue. I don't know. I'm just struggling so much with this. Is there any way to is there I'm trying to find if there's any way to expand the image with keyboard only controls via the screen reader. Also, my video is almost back.
Welcome to VoiceOver, where speaks descriptions of items on the screen used to control the computer using only.
VoiceOver on Chrome. Super Monkey Ball Banana. Google Chrome. Window. Super Vertical Line Sega. Web content. Voice.
Welcome to VoiceOver, speaks descriptions of items on the screen.
Super Monkey Ball Banana Rumble Vertical Lum. Window. Super Monkey Ball Banana. On link. Able to play me. Link. 2.2 right link. Share. Men. Link. Group. You found race image 1. You are correct. Inside of a toolbar, press Ctrl # to bring up the More Content menu. Bullet 1. Bullet 1. Button. Group. Exp bar. A variety. Banana. Tool. Rect. You are currently on a selectable tab. Toolbar. On a toolbar. To interact with the items on this tool. Option. Shift. Down arrow.
So I suppose. Testing. Okay. I think I finally fixed the issue that was going on. Sorry about that if my audio was muted for a little while. I don't know how long that issue was going on, but I was looking over at OBS and I realized my microphone wasn't doing anything. What ended up fixing the issue was unplugging and replugging in the USB audio interface. Which has never happened before. So that's new. But hey, it looks like stuff's working again now, so I was almost done with this segment, so I'm gonna finish up. And the keyboard overlay is not working, I don't care. I'm gonna worry about that another time. Whew. But yeah, I basically, during the portion where you might not have been able to hear me, all I was doing was trying to get this to open up more. And
Slash button.
not succeeding.
You are currently on a selectable text inside of a
And I basically ended.
slash to bring up the more content menu. To navigate items on this toolbar, press Control Option and
Hold on. I basically
X out of toolbar.
ended on the conclusion that it does appear to be buggy because I should be able to be doing VO spacebar right here, and that should open the image, or I should be able to
Race image 1.
do this. Because again, like expand race image 1 was alt text I added to the appropriate place. And it doesn't work. It says clickable, and VO space, which is what I'm doing right now, is how you click, and it ain't working.
Out of toolbar. A variety to collect the
So I'm just gonna move on to the rest of the site.
robot toolbar. Ram into robots to smash them into pop tool end of list. Get ready to rumble and list one item. Star 8 page end of list. Pow unlabeled image. Pow on end of article. End of article. Pow unlabeled image. Pow unlabeled image.
Yeah, I don't know why they insist on having the screen reader read every POW. Like I guess so, but I would more consider that to be a background image. So like POW, I would do alt with no text so that it's just a part of the background to a screen reader.
Pow unlabeled image. End of article. Smash image. Heading level 2. Adventure mode. List box. You are
Okay,
currently on a list
I'm
box. To begin interacting with the heading level 2. Adventure mode. Image.
gonna try one more time to get my keyboard overlay to work. I've changed my mind. I actually would very much like it to work. Just gonna try a couple of things here. Working on Windows, not working on Mac. Because yeah, there's so many moving parts, it's almost hard to tell, like... Because I use a program called Synergy to use one keyboard and mouse between two computers with different operating systems. And I'm using an add-on I found on GitHub to make this keyboard overlay work in the first place. And it works perfectly fine if I'm on Windows. I never have issues with it then. Or at least not issues that I can't very easily fix. Combining these two things is what tends to be where I come across issues. And like, it'll
YouTube.
just work sometimes.
Group. You are currently on a group. To interact with items in this group, press Control, Option, Shift, down arrow.
All right, I'm gonna go the rest of the stream without the keyboard overlay. I'm just gonna dim that so that you can't really see it as much.
Link. Photo. Check. Link. What? And a new game mode. List 5 item. Rate 2 of.
Right, so I'm gonna go past this section.
And star 8 paid subscript. End of list. Pow. Unlabeled image. Pow. Unlabeled image. End of article. Smash image. Heading level 2. Adventure mode.
I was a little curious how this section was gonna go because it's an auto-moving carousel, which is without the option to pause, which is never something I love to see. So I'm gonna see how a screen reader is gonna deal with this.
List box. You are currently roll your way to the goal within the list box.
Okay,
You are currently on a list.
so here I'm gonna do VO, Shift, and down to enter into this area.
Text. 1 of 3. Selected. 1 of 2. Link. Group. Selected. Selected. 2. Selected. Selected. 2. Selected. 1 of 3. Selected. 2 of 3. Selected.
So yeah, as I thought, it's
Selected. 2.
confusing. And also the pop-up functionality still doesn't work.
2 of 2. Select text. Link. Group. 1 of 3. You are currently on auto.
So yeah, I'm gonna exit that. Yeah, so my comment here, give a way to pause the auto-scrolling. If it has to auto-scroll, give a way for that to pause. Especially when there's any kind of a focus, like if a screen reader is going over it. Because the confusing thing is I have no context for what image like my screen reader is on.
Selected. 1 of 3. Selected. 2 of 3. In text. Out of text. Selected. Out of list box.
So yeah, this is not accessible for screen readers, unfortunately.
On a list box. To begin interacting with, roll your way to the goal within the time empty groove. Featuring 200 new stage up to empty groove. Online mode also allows up to 4. End of article. Article. You go unlabeled image. Article. You are end of article. Article. Go unlabeled go new ability. Heading level 2. Spin dash. Image.
Spin dash.
スーパースーパー
Groove. Empty groove. Move at high speeds and empty groove. Send your rivals flying and end of article. End of article. Heading level 2. Costume. Link. A wide selection. Empty groove. Personalize your list 1. First empty groove. A wide selection of personal list 1 item. You are currently in a list. Star. You cannot apply empty. Only the 7 default characters can use customization. End of list. End of article. Heading level 2. Characters. Image.
Okay, so I had everything else there was standard. Here was the other section I wanted to look at, because like this is one of those things, again, like from a perspective of like using it with a mouse and keyboard or on mobile, it's beautiful and I love it. And I briefly screen reader tested this last stream, and it was actually quite nice. So I'm going to go over it in more detail now and see what happens.
List 13 items. Select AI image 1 of 13. Select gone.
So right, I want to learn more about gone here. So pressing space with the VO button does work.
New unlabeled image 10 of 13.
I would probably make new not show up on screen readers. I don't know.
Select new.
Well, it picked Knuckles, so
select Knuckle.
all right. So in this case, I selected Knuckles, so I want to learn more about Knuckles.
New select end of list. List 3 items.
So I'm gonna go down to where the information is.
Image 1 of 3. You are currently
Yeah, again, the unlabeled image. I would try to fix that.
矢印
unlabeled end of list. Monkey around with a wide selection of a new character. Monkey end of list.
矢印
List box 2 of 3. In list box, Knuckles the last of
Yeah, so then once I get to the list box that has the information, it is the correct information.
矢印
list end of select new select beat.
So like if I learn more about beat,
List 3 items. You are currently in a list.
矢印
Unlabeled image 1 of 3. List
矢印
list
矢印
either that or I could navigate them this way.
2 of 3. You are in list box. Beat rolling all the way from Tokyo 2. This enigmatic and out of list box. 1 item select.
So yeah, it does work. It's probably one of the better sliders of this type that I've come across.
Monkey Gang for a friendly Rumble Star available as DLC or
But you could go further with area labels to make it more clear, like when you're on the list box, and that's the section to enter to get to the information that the user would want to know of each character. It does function. So this isn't broken on a screen reader. And that's a lot more than I could say for most elements of this type, which are usually generally completely broken on screen readers. But I would say that from an accessibility standpoint, it's passable, which is good and excellent, because oftentimes these kind of things aren't, but more could be done.
矢印
unlabeled end of list. Monkey around with a wide selection of characters. Image. A new character. Palette. Joins the bunch. End of article. Heading level 2. Details. Image. List 8 items. Title. Super.
Yeah, and I'm guessing that's pretty much the end of the site.
Sega. Copy. End of list. Bang. Image. End of art. End of main. Beat. Super Monkey Ball Banana Rumble.
Yep, that appears to be the site.
Voiceover off.
So I would say that was a fair experience for the most part. And once again, I'm not coming across the auto-playing video issue that I seem to be having. So maybe the auto-playing videos thing is just me, if that's not an issue that's happening a lot. Overall, I'm extremely positive about this site. And this is probably the section that needs the most work. And anything that has this particular pop-up, and the same pop-up element appears here too. I have not figured out a way to get the pop-up to work at all, with either keyboard controls or a screen reader. And that's probably the big accessibility concern here, because again, many people who use screen readers can still see a little bit, and they might not be able to make out what the image is like when it's that small. But if it's more like this, they might be able to glean more information from it. So this is absolutely functionality that a screen reader should have access to. But I at least couldn't get it to work. And in a lot of cases, like the next and previous arrows would just say unlabeled image, where it could say next arrow and previous arrow. And I had some issues navigating with the dots on a screen reader too. That's just something I would if I were to update this site for accessibility, that would be the main thing I would look at. Along with this section that has that element, and adding a way to pause the auto sliding, I think is very important. Other than that, I think this website is great. It's accessible enough. It's arguably more accessible than this version of the site is. Because, like, this element didn't work at all with screen readers, like, literally at all. Whereas this one does function. It's slightly confusing. I feel like an experienced screen reader user would be able to work with this just fine and get the information they want. Like, it isn't broken the way that this one is for screen readers. So I guess that kind of wraps up my comments in terms of that. It's a fine website in terms of screen readers. I guess what I would say is it has fewer screen reader accessibility issues than what many other equivalent websites of this type has. It handles it better than what many sites of this type would do. To the extent where I would say that someone that relies on screen readers could use this website and gain what they needed to from it. Sans a couple of sections that are basically broken for screen readers. That being said, I wouldn't have a solution for how exactly to fix it without taking a deeper look at their code base and their libraries that they used for these pop-ups. It would be a bit more of an in-depth fix. It wouldn't be like super duper simple. And one more thing I'm curious about too, just because this site is so image heavy, I am interested to go to the network tab and refresh an empty cache and just see how big is this site? And how many images does it load in? Because it feels like the images are well optimized. But the problem with images over text is it still has to grab an asset from a server and download it. And even the most well optimized images is still going to be larger than any amount of text, pretty much. So yeah, like as you can see, like, as I'm scrolling, this is a very large web page. And this is probably an expensive website to host, too, at least if it's getting any heavy traffic, because it has so many images to ping from the server. I would say ultimately it's still... Yeah, and there again, sometimes I have the auto-playing videos, and I'm not sure why. I would go out of my way to be sure that auto-playing videos never happen. I would never be okay with an auto-playing video. That uses way too much bandwidth. And if the user wants to watch the video, they can simply click on it. I think it might be a bug because it doesn't happen sometimes. I don't think they intended for there to be auto-playing videos for some of these videos. Or maybe they did, who knows. But yeah, I am anti-auto-playing YouTube video. And it uses way too much bandwidth. I don't think it's a good idea. But yeah, I guess that pretty much wraps up that website and then the thoughts I had on that. Like, overall, an excellent website. I mean, like the combination of the two websites sure sold me on the on this game. I have been talking about websites for a little more than 2 hours now, so my brain is getting a little bit tired. So there is one more Monkey Ball Banana Rumble website I want to go over. I am actually going to cover this next stream, so we will have 3 streams covering Monkey Ball websites all together. So I've still got this marked down. I'm going to go over the manual website during the next stream. And I'll probably find another Sega-related website to go over as well in case that doesn't take as long. But yeah, that's my thoughts on this. Like, overall, it's an extremely beautiful website. I love the animations. I love how everything fades in. I especially like the monkey balls. Some areas of the site are very clean and accessible for screen readers. Other areas are completely broken for screen readers. I don't believe that the carousels or the expanding images function at all for screen readers, and they absolutely should. So that's what I would look into. That's mostly what I would look into. And there's like a few confusing things. Kind of like I said before, like I kind of expected these to be a drop down when really they're just links. Just from just from a UX perspective, nothing to do with screen readers. And like I go to news, but then it's like return to news, which is kind of weird because I was never on the news page. I got to this from the home page. So I feel like return to news and return to home should be both options here. And that, again, those mention buttons should be at the top too. Like it's kind of weird I need to scroll all the way down to get to that, returning to a brand new page I've actually never been on before. And then again, top is kind of confusing. This should say return to home. And yeah, as mentioned, I had a few CSS issues in the hero for mobile phones that I fixed. Again, if Sega or any of the developers happens to come across that, feel free to just use that code. I'm perfectly fine with that. I'm not doing this for money or anything. But yeah, overall, good website. I think this website is extremely beautiful. A lot of thought was put into it. Very well designed. All of the really important stuff worked with screen readers. Like all of the links, the purchase here stuff, all of the main information that you would want to learn worked. So I would say like on an essential level of what it absolutely has to accomplish, this site is screen reader accessible, but it's not 100% of the way there. Which again, I understand how timelines work, and clearly some thought was put into accessibility and screen readers. I really do believe that it was not an afterthought on this site. And the work that was put into it, I think, makes it essentially usable for people with screen readers, but with more that could be done. That is my ultimate opinion of this website in terms of accessibility. Overall, the website is fabulous. It's like actually fantastic. I love everything from the design to the animations to how it fades in. And yeah, I'm really glad I got to take a look at this website. But yeah, with that said, that's probably going to end the web development segment of this stream. We've been going for a little more than 2 hours. As I mentioned earlier, my knee is a little bit not on the up and up right now. It's getting better on its own. I'm not going to be doing an exercise or VR game or anything like that. So and as I mentioned, I might be doing a slightly shorter stream today anyway. So I'm probably going to skip the music segment of today's stream too. But there are video games to play. There are video games to play. So I'm going to go back to the just me view. I'll turn the background back on so you guys can see all that. So I'm going to be taking another break in just a second. I always, sorry about bumping the microphone. I always do turn off my MacBook when I'm done with it. Because the app I use to Synergy to connect the Mac to the PC can cause issues sometimes, so I'm going to put my MacBook to sleep. Also, one of the games I'm going to play is a Nintendo Switch game, which I'm going to use the same Elgato capture card as I'm using on the MacBook to do that, so I'm getting a bit of that set up. Probably in terms of video games, I think it's contextually appropriate to stream some of the new Super Monkey Ball game. So I'm going to be doing that, and which means I need to grab my Nintendo Switch as well. Or yeah, because like I have the dock here, but the Switch is still in the other room because I have two Switch docks. So yeah, I'm gonna, well, first of all, I'm done with web dev and programming, so I'm gonna change the category to just chatting, because I'll probably be doing a little bit of just chatting for a bit before I start. But yeah, overall, I thought that was a pretty enjoyable web dev segment. I got to do a bit of CSS coding. I got to fix a few bugs, tested more with a screen reader, and well, there were some issues. Overall, I think that website was actually not bad in terms of screen reader accessibility. I think it's good enough that all of the essential stuff worked, and people who would visit with a screen reader would leave the site ultimately getting what they wanted to know from it. So from that perspective, I think it's fine. And again, I've been a developer on fast-paced websites with very tight deadlines for my entire career. So, and I completely understand the concept and the idea that, like, well, every developer tries their very best to squeeze in as much accessibility as they can. That's just not always the reality, right? Like, that's just not always how it plays out. I've had to ship sites that are way less accessible than that and just move on to the next one. And the client's happy, the agency makes the money, and sometimes that's just how it is. Where it's like, man, I know I could do better. I know I could make the website more accessible, but like, I've already worked a lot of hours. I've already put so much work into it, and I have so many other tasks to do that, like, I can't, right? So like, there have been times where the accessibility I do on sites is just because I want to and not because I was told to, and I do what I can, and that's just how it is. And I'm sure that's how it is for all of these websites too. The developers of these websites I've looked at so far are exceptionally talented, and they've built exceptionally beautiful, good websites that have done their job, as is evidenced by the fact that I did buy the Monkey Ball game that these sites are advertising, and it's a fabulous, fantastic game. So, again, I never want to, like, come across as negative towards other devs or to act like I'm better than anyone else. Every one of these developers that worked on these websites is extremely talented and gifted in what they do to be able to build the websites that they build. Web development and design is not easy. And accessibility is even harder. And unfortunately, it takes a long time, and it's something that often the client doesn't care about. It's oftentimes something that your managers don't care about. And it's just it's a very difficult thing to get to. Like, every web developer wants to build the perfect, most polished website every time. But as someone that's worked on worked for web agencies and has done websites for a long time, that's just not the reality. Sometimes you just have to push a website out and get it out there in public, even if it's not perfect. And that's just how it is. And that's fine. And that doesn't mean that you're a bad developer. That doesn't mean that you did anything wrong. That's just how the industry is. So And that's a part of why I look over websites too, because even the very best websites are going to have imperfections and are going to have an issue here and there that could have been done better. And I don't ever intend to come across as negative or like I'm trying to like trash on other developers, because that's not how it is, right? Like if I were to analyze a lot of my own websites I've pushed live over the past 8 years, they would have a lot of these issues too, because that's just how it is. We all do our best. Sometimes we do make legitimate mistakes. Sometimes there's just not enough time to make the perfect product. And sometimes the perfect product isn't what's needed for everyone. And compromises get made, and that's just how it is. So that's kind of where I come from this. Like, I don't see these accessibility issues or any like UI issues or like missing alt tags or like semantic mistakes on websites. I don't see any of that stuff as a sign of a bad developer or someone that wasn't doing their job right. I just see it as a reality of how this works. So that's kind of where I'm coming from. And I'm fascinated with how websites work. And the fact that websites are imperfect is a part of what makes them interesting too, right? Like, it's always interesting to see like what kind of compromises had to get made to get this website live and up there, because everything has to work on a schedule with websites like that. So I'm never ever casting shade against other developers on websites. These people are exceptionally talented programmers and coders that put in a lot of very hard work to build the websites that they're building. And the websites I've looked over so far in this stream are beautiful websites that are doing their job and selling copies of the games that they're trying to sell. And I think they are very good websites. Like, a website having issues doesn't make it a bad website, and it doesn't mean that the developer is bad. And it doesn't mean that they couldn't do better given more time, because obviously if everyone that does web wants to do the perfect website every time. It's just that you can't do the perfect website every time. We're basically not allowed to. It's just not the way that the world works. So I guess that's kind of my little spiel on that. So yeah, just I hope I'm not coming across as negative when I'm doing these kind of streams. And like, if I ever analyze a website on this stream where someone that worked on the website comes across it, please like realize I'm not casting shade against you. I'm not saying that you didn't do your job good. I just like looking at websites, and I'm going to look at them holistically, the remaining issues in the sites included. But when I can, I try to come up with solutions. And again, if any devs on these sites that I look at are watching these streams and see these solutions, and you have the opportunity to go in and just apply the solutions, feel free. I like literally take my solutions and code and use them. You have my permission for free. You never need to give credit. I'm never going to ask for money or any kind of consultation fees or anything like that. I just like websites. I like seeing what makes them work, and I like seeing the internet become a better, more accessible place overall. And I like spreading awareness about those kind of things. And when I come across and fix issues, a lot of it is just like showing the process of how to bug test and how to fix issues. Every website is going to have issues, and that's fine. But I'm never ever casting shade against the developers. By the time people are building websites like the websites I'm looking at, these people really know their stuff. Like, these people are doing their job well. And I'm very confident that they're extremely skilled and extremely talented to be building websites out as beautiful as these websites have been. Whew. So yeah, that's kind of my little talk on that. I might have been talking a little too long to myself here. But yeah, I'm gonna take another brief break. I gotta refill my water, and then I'm gonna play Super Monkey Ball. I'm gonna play me some Super Monkey Ball on the Switch, and I'm gonna play that for a little bit. And then there was one other game I wanted to try. With that said, I don't know if I'm doing a full 4-hour stream today. I might stop at like 3 or 3.5. I'll see how I feel, because I'm already getting a little bit hungry, but we'll see how I feel. I might go back on my word and do like 5 hours today. I don't know, but in either case, it is break time for me. I'm gonna hydrate. I'm gonna refill my water. I'm gonna grab my Switch, and I'm gonna set up some Super Monkey Ball because the game is amazing and I love it, and I want to show you guys why the game is so great, and I'm gonna be talking a lot of really positive things about this game. So I'll be back in just a moment. Hang out with little Anya and company. She's very nice, and she appreciates all of everybody's company. Alright, I am back. And ideally, the Elgato out should go to my Switch now. Yep, let me just adjust my computer screen so I can see that output. And I'm gonna grab my GameCube controller. So yeah, as I mentioned, I purchased the new Monkey Ball game that these websites have been centering on. And it came with a beautiful cover. I always buy physical editions when I can because I'm old school and I just like them. And it even has a booklet too. I showed this off earlier in the stream, but this booklet is so cool that I want to go over it again. Where it kind of has like a little introduction and like it has like a description and bio of all of the characters in the game. And if you go a little bit further, there's like artwork and descriptions of like all of the different locales you'll come across. And my favorite part of the book is towards the end, they give like concept artwork of like all of the different monkeys and stuff. And this is just fascinating to me. Like I always love seeing stuff that kind of shows the creative process about how things are made and like how they came up with all of the character designs. And this is a really good booklet, and like it brings me back to like back in the day, because I'm 29. I'm 29 years old. I'm not that far from being 30. And I've been a gamer since way back in the day. And video games used to come with manuals like that all the time. Actually, hold on. I'm gonna grab something. Okay, so I just want to show this. So here is a copy of Metroid Prime from 2002. I've had this since I was 6 years old. And as you can see, not only is there a disc in here, but a manual. Games used to come with physical manuals. And if you open up the manual, you'll get basic instructions. You'll have like screenshots of the game and explanations of stuff. So this is like one of my favorite things I own, honestly, because like Metroid Prime is my favorite video game, and this is like this is what I like to see in physical media. I like it when there's a proper manual, and it has artwork. It's colorful, beautifully designed. Like I just kind of want to show that again. Just like how pretty the like just I guess you could call it the UI. It's not just like the colors and the layout and the way that they did the borders. It's just so, and like just like all of the colors on the GameCube controller, it's just so 2000s and very nostalgic for me. Also, I'm going to change my category to Super Monkey Ball. Super Monkey Ball. Yeah, there we go. So I'm on the right thing now. But yeah, physical media used to come with manuals. And one of my very favorite things about having purchased that is that it came with a physical manual just the way that like games used to back in the day when I was a kid. And to go even further than that, this game works perfectly on GameCube controllers. So like, I was a huge fan of Super Monkey Ball 1 and 2 back in the early 2000s. So like there I was as a 7-year-old literally playing like Super Monkey Ball 1 on the GameCube. And this is the controller I was playing it on. I've kept it around all these years. I have had this controller for about 22 years. And it still works perfectly because Nintendo's hardware design is awesome, and especially was back then. And I'm playing a new Monkey Ball game that came out today with the same controller that I was playing it on 22 years ago. How crazy is that? Like that's like at least to me, like that's like amazing. And the buttons and controls are mapped in such a way that, as far as I can tell, there's no essential functionality that doesn't work. Because hold on, I'm going to turn my background off again. Because technically, you can use a Switch controller on any game, but obviously many years have passed between the GameCube and the Switch. Like if you have the GameCube adapter that they made for Smash, and you have any GameCube controller, either an original one like this or one of the ones that they released when Smash Brothers came out, on Switch it will work as a gamepad in any game. The issue being the GameCube controller has fewer buttons than the Switch controller, just because it's just how it is. It's been decades, right? And things move on. But as far as I can tell, they've automatically mapped buttons in such a way in this game to where all of the functionality you need works on the GameCube controller as well. Like obviously the game is more than perfectly fine using your Joy-Cons or the Switch Pro controller or any third-party controller. But I was curious, how is it going to play if I hooked up a GameCube controller, and not just any GameCube controller, but the very same GameCube controller I used 22 years ago to play the original Monkey Ball games. And it works. And like not only does it work, but it at least to me, it feels like it works with intent. And just I can't even express how like sentimental that makes me, that I get to use this controller that I used when I was a little 6 or 7 year old, like 22 and 23 years ago. and I still get to use this on a new game that, as far as I can tell, was actually designed, at least to some extent, with this controller in mind. Like, the fact that that's even a thing is just, like, absolutely, I'm literally beside myself. On top of the fact that as you'll see, the game is good. Like, the game is actually good. So, I'm literally in game right now, so I'm just going to be playing some levels here. But yeah, I've got my GameCube controller. Oh, almost fell off. But yeah, this game pays so much respect to the level design of Monkey Ball 2. And the visuals are beautiful. Like, I'm absolutely loving the game from that perspective. Oop. Okay, there's the next one. And it's fun too. One thing this game does that... Oh, I'm gonna die. Fall out. One thing this game does that I think is actually an improvement over the over Monkey Ball. I'm gonna die. Over Monkey Ball 2 is there's goals. You can see on the left side of my screen that there's 3 challenges. Beat the level in 35 seconds, get 55 bananas, or that third one is every level has a special golden banana. Now, you're not necessarily meant to accomplish, all of these in one run, but it gives replayability to every level. So every level is designed with that in mind, where it's not just about completing it, but it's about going through it multiple times with different kinds of strategies to accomplish the specific goal. And it's done extremely well. Also, the music is fabulous. Yeah, okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. Like, I don't know if anything is ever going to beat the music that was in the first 2 games.
9.
Because yeah, you see the golden banana was down there. I'm not. Oh, man. Okay, at least I know how to get it. So I'm gonna go for that. I want the golden banana before I beat this level. And I'm going to try to figure out how to do that. And they do that for every single one of the 200 levels in this game. Oop. I wanted to go the other way, but I think technically this is the correct way. I just got to get through all the other stuff fast enough. I'm not worried about those bananas. Yeah, and oh man. Yeah, and I could probably save time by doing the boost dash right there, instead of waiting for the platform, which is the one mechanic they've added, which I actually think is extremely good. It's way better than a jump button, because it still keeps to the core philosophy of what a Monkey Ball game is supposed to be. But it also encourages risk-taking in a way that might be even more extensive than the risk-taking you would take in Monkey Ball 2. Right, because I want to save a couple of seconds, so I just did that. And that might have saved me enough time to get the golden banana now. Which I now realize is down here after a few tries. So close. Oh man. But like, you see what I mean though, is that like, the series has evolved from the Wii era, like Weenie Hut Jr., like, no difficulty, jump button, platformer, whatever kind of route the series went. And I don't know, those games had their fans. I wasn't one of them. I've always been a Monkey Ball 1 and 2 purist. And as far as I'm concerned, this is Super Monkey Ball 3. That, like, this is what I've wanted from Super Monkey Ball 3. Admittedly, the physics is a little bit different, but it's not bad. it's just different, which is fine. And the levels are based around the different physics. And again, especially because it works perfectly with the GameCube controller anyway, like... And, you know, after it's been 22 years since Monkey Ball 2 came out. That game came out in 2002. So, like, obviously, different engine, different developers, but they kept the spirit of this game more than alive. And this is what I've wanted for decades. I have been waiting about 20 years for this to get made, and Sega finally did it, and it's actually good. And I feel like this game is kind of falling under the radar a little bit. Like, Vinny Vinesauce has been playing it, so that's good at least. But this game is amazing. It's like probably one of my favorite games I've played this year. Just in terms of how good the physical version of the game is, in terms of presentation. The fact that they've accounted for GameCube controls, and it works perfectly with the GameCube controller that I used 20 years ago.
Hurry up!
Okay, can I make it back? How do I get back in time? Okay. How am I gonna win? How am I gonna? Okay, I'm gonna need to find some more speed tricks if I'm gonna get that banana. I'm gonna need to play things a little bit riskier. And like, I get that Monkey Ball is meant for kids and stuff, but like at the same time, I played Monkey Ball 1 and 2 when I was like 6 and 7 years old. And I didn't mind the difficulty back then. I thought those games were the bee's knees.
Ball out.
I think kids can play hard games. And yeah, this game is pretty hard. I can't lie. It is not the easiest game, but it's so much fun. It's literally so much fun. All right, so obviously you have to speed boost past here to have enough time, which is risky, and I'm going to die a lot when doing that.
Ready? Go!
But yes, in my opinion, this game is totally worth $50 for the single player alone. I have thoughts on the multiplayer, which I might get into later, but for the single player alone, it is so good that it is absolutely worth $50. Like, no brainer.
Ball out. Ready?
All right, I kind of want to move on from this level and see what the next one looks like. I think I'm going to try to figure out that golden banana later, and just come back to this level. So I'm just going to beat it normally now. But like, that's the thing though. Like, this game has enough real challenge that it's like, I might spend like a half hour figuring out how to get that golden banana, and like get all the way around in time. And like, I'm sure I'll do it, but it's not like super obvious either. Like, it's like actually a challenging puzzle. Yeah, I'll wait for that to come back. Yeah, and then beating this level in 35 seconds would be pretty hard too. It took me 47. Oh, yeah, and this level is a remake of a level from Monkey Ball 2.
Ready?
But also, hold on. I want to pause because there's one element that is... I want to get rid of the little keyboard there. That might be distracting. Back to game. Because yeah, this level used to be in Super Monkey Ball 2, so like for how much homage that this is paying to Monkey Ball 2, this is one of the old levels recreated in their new engine. Just like straight up. So like, this is definitely made by fans of the original game. Yeah, I went for too much. Man, if only I could get that Asia stress banana that they sold in some regions. I gotta find a way to get that banana, man. And I don't know. I'll do an all banana run of this level later. Ah, oh man.
Ready? Go!
Also, I'm gonna move myself over slightly so that you guys can see the speed meter when I die, because that's half the fun. That was close. Oh man. It's challenging, but it's so satisfying because it's like I can adjust my strategy slightly every time, and I know I'm going to get it eventually. Or I could just come back and do it later.
Out. Ready?
But like, this game has so much content and so much replayability. Like, it really is Super Monkey Ball 3. Like, what an absolute shadow drop just for this game to come out. And we have Super Monkey Ball 3 now. And it's good. It's really, 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 really good. I'm a little scared about these bananas. Okay, I might need to come back with the other characters, because the different characters do have different stats in this game. I feel like Baby might be able to handle that better, because Baby can move a little bit faster. So I'm once again just going to complete the level normally, but I might come back later to this level specifically with Baby to be able to complete that goal. And that's one more change I really appreciate. The different characters actually mattered this time around. It isn't just aesthetic. Whew. Oh man, even doing the level normally kind of made me a little tense there. But yeah, this game is actually good. It's like really, really good.
Go!
I hope it gets a Steam release at some point too. It's only on Switch right now. Oh man.
All out.
Fall out.
Ready? Go!
Yeah, and obviously the voice actor is different too, but I think she's doing a good job though. It's a different feel than the guy that was in the old games. But I like the voice acting and presentation of this game a lot too.
All out.
But like you see what I mean? Like, this is like exactly the kind of level that would have been in Super Monkey Ball 2. And like I'm not even worried about the challenges because the level itself is not easy. Like, it's actually taking me real tries, and I'm not even that far through the game yet. Ah, there we go, I did it. Yeah, and there's 200 levels in this game, and I'm probably going to go through most of them multiple times to get all those goals and test with, like, all the different characters.
Ready? Go!
But yeah, I just had to show this game off a little bit. Yep, and the option to keep the camera still works on GameCube controllers as well. They even mapped that out. Where like normally it'll do that, but if you press R, the camera goes like this. I bet I can get the golden banana. Oh, so close, but I bet I can get the golden banana.
Go!
I'm gonna try for that every single time until I get it. Ah. Oh no.
All out. Ready? Go!
Yeah, the getting every banana challenge is going to be really hard in this level too. I can already tell that that's not going to be the easiest thing. Ah, oh man. But I bet that's the trick though. I'm going to do the speed dash, but be more at the side so it doesn't push me off the edge. So I bet if I'm like right here when I do the speed dash, it'll be fast enough and not get me off the edge. I'm going to try that next. Yeah, and that's where I like the new speed dash mechanic. It isn't a gimmick. It's like a genuine mechanic that like adds to the game. Oh man. Oh man.
All out.
And like it doesn't make it easier or anything. Like it's just a mechanic of the game that levels are often built around. And it feels like a very natural progression of adding more functionality as the games go, because like Monkey Ball 3 was always going to have a little more functionality than 2, and like a few more things going on. And I feel like the speed dash is pretty much perfect. Ah, yes, I almost did it this time. I'm so close, but that's proof of concept. I think my strategy for getting that banana is the intended idea. And I'm gonna try a few more times here. Oh man.
All out.
It might be easier with a different character, because Gon is heavier, so he would stop from a dash sooner, I believe. So maybe Ai just isn't the ideal character for that specific goal. Because yeah, I feel like you're supposed to use Baby to get all the bananas, and Gon to get the golden banana. And Baby would probably double as the speed one too. Oh man. Yeah, and because like the reason why I think being on the side is the intent is they have those 2 blocks there that make it harder to get right to the side in time. So there's like a few very quick things you need to prepare your mind to do to accomplish that. You know, either that or Baby might be able to make it through that fast enough without using the dash. Oh man. Okay, so I actually want to change characters, so I'm gonna leave the stage, and I'm gonna try this again with Baby. Yeah, I can even change the characters with the GameCube controller. No issues whatsoever. So I am Baby now, and Baby goes faster. So I'm gonna see if that does the trick. What a beautiful load-in animation.
Go!
Oh man, even with Baby's extra speed, this is still pretty hard.
All out. Ready? Go!
But yeah, like I like this. I like the stats because like it makes you think about like what character's stats lines up the best for the specific level's challenges. And that's one of the reasons I'm okay with the fact that the physics isn't quite the same in this game as it was in the old ones. It's because they did their own thing with it and did a really good job with doing their own thing with it. Yeah, there we go. I was able to get it. Ooh. I need to get this one at the end too. Oh, all right. Am I gonna? Okay, I didn't quite get the 70 banana challenge, but I did get the golden banana, and I almost got the 45-second one. So yes, I'm convinced baby was maybe the intended one for that level. But let's see what's next. All right, so it's 2:53 into the stream. I'll probably keep on playing this until 3 hours into the stream. And then there was one more indie game that I bought on Steam that I wanted to play before I ended. So I was probably going to switch over to that. Oops. I like the way she says that. Fall out. I wonder how many takes that took to get it just right. Oh man. Okay, I don't think I want baby for this stage, but I'm gonna try a few more times. I think I'm gonna try Gon Gon. So yeah, that expands. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna leave the stage and switch characters again. I want to try this level with Gon Gon. Yeah. Yeah, I think the higher weight would be to my advantage. Actually, how about Bad Boom? What are his stats? I unlocked him a little earlier. He's an unlockable character if you play multiplayer. I don't know. I'm thinking Gon Gon is the one I want for this one. I love this song. Yeah, and in its own way, the soundtrack is super good too. Like, if you go into this game understanding it's not exactly the same as Monkey Ball 1 and 2, I do feel like this is a good enough spiritual successor that, to me, this is Super Monkey Ball 3. Like, unless they go back and make a real game that's actually called that, this is Super Monkey Ball 3 to me. Okay, I really, really, really want to get that banana. There we go. Oh no, I died.
Out. Ready? Go!
Oh man. Okay. So yeah, Gon Gon is a bit better for this level, but I still got to be careful. Okay, so I might be able to get this in one go here. Ah, way too far. Okay, so using a dash there is definitely not the play. Using a dash there is definitely not the play. There we go. Eek, eek, eek. Alright, so I got the banana, but gee, beating that level in 16 seconds, I might need baby for that. I don't know if Gon Gon could beat the level that fast.
Ready?
Go! Up. Alright, what am I supposed to do? Oh, I see. It kind of like goes up and down and tilts. I'm gonna restart the level for
Ready?
better timing now that I understand that. Oh, you know, I bet that I could speed dash to get there a little faster if I try enough times.
Ready?
Either that or that might be just a little bit too risky.
Ready? Go!
Because I want to see if there's any way on these platforms on the first cycle. That would save so much time.
Go!
There's almost got to be a trick to it.
Go! Ready? Go!
Yeah, and another thing I like way more about this game than even the classic originals is they did away with the life system. Because I have to admit, these days when I play Super Monkey Ball 2, I usually play in the Dolphin emulator where I have save states, so I basically forego the life system anyway. And I like this approach where I can restart as many times as I want, and it's just about learning the speed strategies and trying risky stuff and just being really expressive. Which is the way one YouTuber I watched put it that way. I think it was Good Vibes Gaming, maybe, where their review, they referred to the movement in this game as expressive. And that's what I would say, and the new speed dash mechanic really helps with that.
Ready? Go!
I don't know, I can't help but feel that there's some way to get on those things in the first cycle.
Go!
Oh.
Ready? Go!
Maybe Gon has too much spin. I think spin is like stopping speed. Is there any other character that might be more ideal for the trick I'm trying to do here? Yeah, I'm gonna try this character to see if the trick is gonna be easier with that one.
Ready? Go!
Either that or maybe I'm just completely out of my mind and this trick isn't possible.
Ready? Go! Ready? Go! Ready? Go!
I don't know. I feel like I'm getting a little closer every time I try it.
Ready? Go!
Oh, I was so close that time. I'm definitely on the right track. It is totally possible to get on those platforms on the first cycle. And I was really close that time.
Go! Ready? Go!
I have to start slowing down sooner, though. Like, I need the dash, but then... there we go. First cycle. I'm guessing I do this, and that's gonna bring me up here. What do I do now? This way. Not to... Oh, man. Ah, man. I kind of missed a cycle there. How do you get the golden banana? And the speed challenge is 32. I'm going to move on to a new level, but that'll be a really, really interesting one to revisit to figure out more of those speed tricks. But like, that's what I loved about Monkey Ball 2 specifically, is the game would encourage you to do these crazy skips that you don't even know are possible. And you think you might be insane for coming up with the idea. But then you try it enough and then it actually works. And that's like the ethos that this whole game is built around. Like, even like the very first levels of the game just like outright encourage you to do that. Alright, well, the stream's been going for 4 hours, or sorry, 3 hours. So I'm gonna play one more level here of Monkey Ball, and then I'm gonna move on to another game that I wanted to try out on stream. Ooh. Ooh. This level's really keeping me on my toes. Oh boy. Ooh. Oh wow. Oh wow. Huh. I don't know, man. That was pretty invigorating. I kind of want to play one more level. All right, I'm at least gonna see what I'm at least gonna see what this level is about.
Go!
All right, what's the gimmick here? Am I supposed to go like towards the end? Yeah, I'm guessing the intended way
Ready?
is there's like an area at the end of each one.
Ready?
But they strongly encourage dashing because you have to dash to get across there. And yet, then like you can kind of cross over here. Actually, I might as well just go over to one of these bigger platforms. Oh, interesting. Okay. Huh. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to be able to figure this out. Oh, it's over here. All right, well, this level I actually want to study a little bit more. I'm very interested in how this level is designed. Ah.
Ready? Go! Ready? Go! Ready? Go!
Yeah, I love the speed dash mechanic. It adds so much, and it still stays true to like the Super Monkey Ball risk-taking factor. Yeah, I think I could at least beat the time trial thing here with my current approach. If you get on this cycle, yeah.
Ready? Go! Ready? Go!
Yeah, because you got to make it towards the back on your first dash, like around here, and get on that lift on that particular cycle right there that I almost got. So yeah, like I think as long as you make it up here and cross over to there just like that, and not die right there, that's how you beat the time trial challenge, which, for that matter, I actually might want to try that with a faster character. That might give me a bit of an edge as well. Although, characters that stop faster, like this guy, would have an advantage, but I'm still... Oh no, Break stops faster. In that case, I'm not totally sure what Spin does. I'm going to need to look into that. But yeah, I'm gonna try this again, but with Baby, and see and see if I have any better luck.
Ready? Go!
Not quite.
Ready? Go!
Okay, there we go. That was a little closer to what I was trying to do.
Go!
I have to be a lot more careful with Baby on that launch part.
Ready? Go!
I don't know. Maybe the Doctor was the better one for this level, because I'm having a harder time on the launch part with Baby. Yeah, I feel like the Doctor was actually a bit better than Baby on this level. I wonder how Gongon's gonna do on this level. I want to try that. Do, 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 do. I wonder if the soundtrack is on Spotify. Like in its own way, it's not the same as like the way the Monkey Ball 2 soundtrack was, but I really do dig some of these songs. No, I don't think Gon Gon's gonna be the right choice for this at all. Definitely not. He doesn't launch far enough. Okay, so I think the Doctor character is definitely the best one. I kind of want to play as Bad Boon a little bit. I haven't gotten to play as Bad Boon yet. I don't know if these stats are gonna do anything for me here, but just the fact that they got Bad Boon in this game, like he isn't a part of the story in this game, but still, it's nostalgic because he was the bad guy in the older ones. It's a redesign of Bad Boon, and I love it. And you get to play as him now. Yeah, as I thought, his stats aren't doing a lot to help me right now.
Ready? Go!
Eep. Okay, maybe, nah. Alright, I think I'm gonna leave Monkey Ball there for now. I think that's all the Monkey Ball I'm gonna play for the time being. So I'll head back to the Just Me view. I'm gonna turn my Switch off so it's not on anymore. Camera. And let's see. Windows view. Actually, I could remove my background again. And this is a PC game, so I might undim my keyboard just to be sure that's working. What was the game I was going to play again? I forgot what it was called. Yeah, here it is. It's Only Money. So I might as well change it to the new game since I'm done with Monkey Ball. Yep, it's Only Money. I'm going to change myself to that category. I'm good to go there. So all I know is I looked at the store page. I'm going to turn that off in case there's anything copyrighted music-wise, but from what I'm getting, this game is basically kind of like a Grand Theft Auto style game, but with an art style that resembles like Fortnite or something. It's very cartoony. Kind of like the modern, it almost looks like a modern day, like, I forgot what the Simpsons game was called back in the day. That was a bit like GTA. Yeah, and it says there's a one-player mode, so I tend to be slightly socially anxious in these games, so I do appreciate there's a one-player mode. I don't believe this game is rated. At least to me, I'm not getting any M-rated vibes from this. This looks like it's probably a teen-rated game with cartoon violence and nothing too graphic. I don't like playing like really violent games on this stream, but this looks cartoony enough that I think it's just going to be silly. So I'm going to give this game a play and just kind of see what I think. And yeah, we're at 3 hours and 11 minutes. So I'll play for at least like 20 minutes. I would say. Oh, that's loud. Hold on. Whoa. I just want to make sure. Yeah, I'm going to turn master. Yeah, music stream friendly. I'm very glad about stream friendly, given that is what this is. I'm just gonna take a quick look at all the various settings. All right, let's see what this game is all about. I think I'm gonna make a masculine body type guy. Sure. Yeah. Or do I want to be bald or... Yeah, you know, I like that because that looks like the dude. So R, hold to apply. I still feel like it might be a little loud, but I'll worry about that later. I think it's probably fine. I apologize if it's too loud. I will go back in the settings to make it slightly quieter. I like that dash effect. Alright, I can change into my professional outfit. I do appreciate that I have the option to wear a dress. You know what? I'm gonna go with the suit and the dress. I kind of wish there was high heels. But yeah, I'm thinking that this is a very professional outfit. Probably something that the dude would wear. Food. I'm getting a bit hungry in real life, but at least I have a virtual fridge to eat food from. I think that'll be good for now. Use item, I suppose. I guess I'll eat the other one to fill that meter up. Turn off the TV. Dang, that's a big TV. That's got to be like 100 inches from corner to corner. How big is this TV? Wait, is this a real? Is this a real thing? Can I play one of my videos on this? Huh, so it's saying the browser can't play the video. How about something public domain? Can I play Big Buck Bunny from Blender? Okay, so this is a real YouTube player, if anybody wanted to have movie night. That being said, I will pause that, but I did not expect this to be an actual TV that really works. And fun fact, that uses real electricity because lights in video games use real electricity. Fun fact for the day. Take the call. I guess I press... Oh no, how did I do the... Oh, it's a phone booth. Wait, is that just a guy? I think that phone booth might just be some dude. If you don't have a job, you go down a hole. That wouldn't be super good for me right now. I'm going through some good interviews and stuff. Maybe if I could just hide from the law for a couple days longer, I'll be okay. I'll be a phone, I'll be a bench. Alright, I already like that gimmick. I guess we're gonna see this person around. I already like the humor in this game a lot. Wait, is that the whole conversation? Do I get to say anything? What happens if I punch this person? Is he just gonna take it? Oh. Okay, so the combat in this game is very fun. It's a lot more in depth than I thought it was gonna be. Alright, I'm gonna be driving a car around. What happens if I flip the vehicle? Okay, apparently nothing right away. I don't want to risk copyright stuff. I'm going to avoid music while I can, but I'm going to go the wrong way down here and see what happens. Ooh, items. And yeah, I don't, ooh, cutscene. Okay, that's definitely not how I was driving, but... Alright, so, phone tab. Destination. Where does it want me to set the waypoint? Yeah, I suppose right there. Is there any chance that this car still works? Nah. What do these do? See, I have a Hondo Bucks. Oh, and you can store stuff there, it looks like. Well, what does that mean? I must not have a bounty. Alright, I'm sure that'll come more into play later. What a sight. I've never seen Rockhaven protests like this, ever. The whole law, they're calling it. Mayor passed it today. You don't have a job, you get thrown Down a hole. Insanity. What has it all come to? Hey, kid. If you got a spare dollar or two, I could really use something to eat. I hate to be a bother, but tummy's going crazy. I mean, I have $100. I'll give the guy $1. Do I have that option? Or should I just punch him? I'm just gonna punch him. Nah, I like my current outfit more. Alright, now how do I get to my destination? Food puck. Cough. What in the blue H word do they put in these pucks? It's so dry I can feel the spit in my mouth retreating. So hard to chew. So dense and unfulfilling. Thanks, kid. Okay, I gave him something. Okay, it looks like you have running stamina. Well, what's this? Ah, I got a $2 snail. Hello, $2 snail. I feel so bad for those snails with that little sound that they make. This game has really good sound design. Or at least like the sound effects they picked are really good. Go potty. Okay, so the game does have a little bit of potty humor in it. As long as it stays within the teen rating, I'm gonna be fine with that. Howdy, bud. Name's Marco. Not sure you want to go near this alleyway. My boss told me something about demolition or some such happening. It'll take a sledge to it, or I'll take a sledge to it in a second here, but I just gotta wait for the confirmation text from my boss. I hope he doesn't mean the sledgehammer I just stole. Between you and me, if you want to get started, that'd be a huge help. Okay, so I have been given permission to take / steal that. Alright, so how do I... Oh, okay, so if you hold the item, that's what you're using already. What am I supposed to hit with it? Oh, okay. Just stuff, I guess. OMG, what have you done? says the construction boss. We just built those supports. They weren't for demolition. I told Marco, I said, hey, whatever you do, do not destroy these pillars. This job cost upward of $1 million. The mayor is gonna be mad. Darn it. All to heck and back. Marco, where are you? Ooh, I have a broom. Can I order a burger? Yes, I can order a burger. I'm gonna get that one. Did that buy it? Oh, hold to purchase. There we go. I have a burger. Is there different items if I talk to this person? No, but I'm gonna order some fries from this person. Oi, citizen. This area is locked down for the Eternal Pastures counter-protest. Hands behind your back. Setting foot in here is immediate grounds for arrest. Oh, well, wait. Where are you going? You are under arrest. Well, if this is anything like the GTA I know, then, yeah. Oh my god, I love this. Oh my god, I wasn't expecting that at all. Alright, so did I kill that person? Is he okay? Is he gonna pull through? I'm sure he's gonna be fine. I'm sure he's gonna be fine, and I didn't do anything wrong. Wait a tick, ain't you the one who was just on the telly stealing and driving an old lawnmower into old people? I'm darn sure it was you. Heck, your face is even on this wanted poster next to me, I'm pretty sure. Let me turn around slowly, inspect the poster, and confirm the similarities in your face. Now, let's have a lookie. Tear down poster? Well, I guess you ripping down the poster and all, my opportunity to confirm likenesses is lost forever. Thus, like sands through the hourglass, another criminal subverts the legal process and walks free. You might be a gold medalist criminal, but you've got a bronze medal and attitude. Good day to you. Key card. Oh, I forgot. I forgot the outfit that has pockets, darn it. Alright, so I gotta steal a key from someone? Okay, so I gotta stay in the green long enough. There we go. Yeah, I like how stealing stuff is like mini games and stuff too. So I'm gonna talk to whoever this is. No, the room behind me isn't burning down due to a malfunction that could have been avoided. That's just a figment of your imagination. Move along. It's just the Aurora Borealis. Nothing to worry about. You're late. Take a lift, and get to the factory right now. Don't make me ask twice. I'm gonna make him ask twice. Alright, so he doesn't do anything. What's in here? Alright, I guess that's work. Oh no. Well, I guess I'm going down the hole. I guess I'm going down the hole. Wahaha, enjoy your life. Oh, I guess I gotta... Alright, combat can be... I'm not gonna read all of that. I'm just gonna do stuff until stuff happens. I'm not gonna read that many paragraphs of text. Okay, apparently he's not one of the bad guys. Alright, so... Oh man, they have like stuff now. Uh-oh, I'm getting pretty low on HP. I better, use item. Oh, okay, I have another... Oh, it looks like they got me. Oh, is this one of those things where you're not really supposed to beat it? Yeah, I'm thinking that's one of those fights where they just want you to mess around, but you're not, like, supposed to win it. Oh, they got rid of my outfit. Where did they put it? It looks so comfortable. Yeah, I'm liking the vibes of this game so far. Like, it's kind of got like GTA vibes a little bit. Oh no, but like also kind of a Fortnite art style, and it's really silly. A little bit of potty humor here and there, but I would say overall this game is probably stream appropriate. I think I might play this here and there. Oh no, the poor teddy bear. It even squeaked. Those $2 snails. Okay, maybe those $2 snails are worth collecting so that they don't hurt people. I wonder who's paying $2 for them, though. It's only money. All right, I've only got 20 minutes until 4 hours. I'm at least gonna play until that, and I'm gonna play more Poosh XL after that because I want to end every stream on that. So I might be going a bit more than 4 hours again. Quite a ride, huh? Beggar King. I know you're probably confused. Maybe you even bumped your head on the way down. They call me BK, the Beggar King. This place is what awaits anyone who catches the wrong end of that little punk mayor. Myself and others have quietly carved out a space to survive among the sewers. We call it the Undercity. It's a lot to take in, but you've officially been deemed trash, like the rest of us. Take a moment to wander around. Find a corner to call your own, and when you're ready, come and talk to me. As nice as it is living next to pipes and snails, we have a plan to take our city back. Alright. What's the plan? I want to take the city back. I want to beat that mayor. I want to stick some $2 slugs on that mayor, man. Alright, I guess I'll do what he said and just wander around for a minute and then talk to him after that. I wonder what the snails... I got a few. Or at least I thought I did. I guess they must have taken all my snails when they arrested me. Oh, they were probably in the pockets that were on that dress. I bet that's it. I bet that I was storing them there. Cause yeah, they took all my money too, so yeah, poor snails. Let's take this city back, though maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. First step, pickpocketing. Pickpocketing is an essential skill for any Undercity resident. Take the Great Trash Pipe back up to Rockhaven and steal any 3 items from full topside. Rockhaven citizens are like walking treasure chests. Once you have enough stuff, take it to a pawn shop. They don't ask questions, they'll buy whatever you've got for cash. It's weird, you'd think they'd refuse certain items, but nope. With the cash you earn, take it into a Mayor Mart. With the cash you earn, take it into a Mayor Mart and buy a food puck. They're totally gross and taste like powder, but it beats a grumbly Tum Tum. My Tum Tum is getting grumbly, but this game is fun. I want to see what's going to happen if I play more. So, observing people is key to success on the streets of Rockhaven. Point your cursor at someone and use the follow button. This will lock you onto the person and help you learn information about them. While locked on, your character will tail the target automatically. Okay, so there's like an auto follow. Yeah, and then I already did the pickpocketing thing earlier, so I guess it's just going to be more of that. Alright, I guess I gotta find some people. And, I bet that person's rich. I'm gonna get behind that police officer and, follow. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I don't think I'm gonna win this one. I don't think I'm gonna win this one. I feel like I have been caught. Nonetheless, the minigame continues. Take item. Okay, so I won the minigame and I am not going to jail. Or wait, I might need to go to jail. But I bet I could beat this guy up first. And loot. Okay, so if you get caught, there's like guys that come after you, and I'm gonna steal this as a weapon. I'm gonna follow this person. Oh man. There we go. I received that. That's kind of fun. Yeah, that has a nice flow to it of just like finding people and following them and trying to do that little mini game. All right, I gotta pickpocket one more person. I'll pickpocket this one. There we go. All right, so I guess now I head back. Oh, that's right. I have to go to the pawn store. Which is this, apparently. Alright, I made a bit of money. And I guess with that money, I go to Mayor Mart. Where I buy as many of these as I can, I suppose. And I get money for doing it, okay. Quests. New quest can be found in the Get a Job app on the phone. Access your phone with the back tab or the tab key. Alright, so I could just press tab. You can track quests from inside the Get a Job app, providing you with a location marker of the person offering the job. Interacting with them will start a new quest. Hot Dog Man. New kid on the block. When you get a chance, come to Willie Memorial Park. Okay, so there's like the main quest with the Beggar King, and then there's all these other ones too. I kind of want to progress the main quest a bit more. So I'm gonna go back to that. Hold on, I want to. That is a lot of fun. You feel very sneaky when you get away with it. How do I get back over there? Is it over this way? Who is this guy? Good morning, good afternoon, or evening? I don't know. The name's Ranger. I guard the entrance to the Undercity. I've seen you come and go a couple of times now. Helping out the Beggar King? Ah, to be productive. I just sort of sit here saying good morning and stuff. I take it you're the reason there's been a few more sirens blaring and cops walking around, right? Nice work. Love it when the boys in blue have to work overtime. It's not all good news. The more crimes you do, the more the city puts a bounty on your head. Don't worry, there's ways to get around it. You can simply pay your problems away. Let's put it to practice. Earn some bounty by being an absolute head in Rockhaven, then visit a bounty office and get it cleared away. Oh, well, I'm gonna beat this guy up. So I guess I'm sure that I'm sure that was a good look. I'm sure they got the idea that I was the good guy there, because I'm totally the good guy, right? I'm a hero. I'm basically a superhero. Can I interact? Earn 100. Oh, okay. So the quest is to earn $100 additional bounty now. And I noticed a cop meter on the left with one of them done. I wonder if that's equivalent to like the stars system. It doesn't seem to want to let me do that one, so I guess I'll do Ranger's job. Oh wait, What did that do? Oh, I think that just moves it to the bottom. But yeah, I'll just do the. Wait, canceled. Whoops. Can I uncancel it? I can still track it. Oh, this game is Prop Hunt? Oh, heck yeah, heck yeah, heck yeah. I love Prop Hunt. Prop Hunt is super fun. Well. Okay, so does it do that notification every time I stop tracking a task? Or I'm not totally sure what that notification was all about then, because it looks like I can still do it. But yeah, I guess I'm just going to do that one for now. Oh, is it just all of that again? So, earn money from bounties. Bounty is a representation of how wanted you are in the city. The higher the number, the more... see more. The higher the number, the more cops there'll be on the street looking to rough you up. Okay, so the bounty meter here is kind of like the GTA star system. But it's also like you can pay your bounty to lower it. And to pay your bounty, visit a bounty office, interact with an ATM, or use a bounty ticket. So my goal is to get to $100 of bounty by just doing stuff. Okay. Ooh, I bet if I steal this car... Okay, I can do spacebar to steal the car faster, I guess? There we go. I'm gonna run over that person to get more bounty. I'll crash into the... you know what? I want to steal this... I want to steal this person's car. Okay, so it actually takes effort to steal a car. You can't just, like, press a button. I'm gonna punch this car until I break it. And I'm gonna steal another car. I can make it in time, I can make it in time, I can make it in time, I can make it in time. There we go. I got $100 of bounty on me now. Let's get to safety and figure out what's next. I guess I pay it off? I like how there's the guy back there. Rockhaven's most wanted this side of the Hammond River. Bob's gonna bring you down. Just kidding. Ranger called ahead. Let's give you a rundown on how Bob's bounty works. It's simple. You bring cash, we make the bounty go away. In reality, we should be handing you to the cops, but we have a much more profitable way of doing things. Meet my cousin, Mitchell. Hi. You see, Mitchell's the fall guy. We stroll him down the PD and convince them we caught the latest bad guy. Mitchell's a very unremarkable looking guy, so they buy it hook, line, and sinker every time. I have to be honest, I don't love my job. I especially don't enjoy having to serve the prison sentences. I miss my... Passionate as always. Sorry, he tends to rant. Mitchell really is the best employee going in these parts. Typically, the money you'll bring in to make your crimes go away gets paid to Mitchell, but this time we'll let you have a freebie. I didn't agree to this. So does my thing go away or what? Yeah, I guess I gotta confirm. Okay. I like that system where you can just beat people up and do stuff, and then all of that is their explanation for how it goes away. Alright. I want to do the hot dog man mission. I'm gonna see what's up with that. Well, yeah, my bounty is gone, so the cops shouldn't care about me anymore, right? So I can get back into my stolen car and drive over to the, And I guess this car is just mine now. I don't think anyone's gonna mind that I stole this car because I paid off a little bit of debt. Well, it looks like he's in a bit of a pickle. Okay, he's handling himself. Alright, I guess I gotta talk to him again here. If it isn't the Mayor Mart factory worker turned under citizen, I've been keeping an eye on you and the Beggar King. What the mayor's done here in Rockhaven isn't unique. Perhaps the most brazen example of a takeover, but make no mistake. When the people give an inch, bad boys like the mayor will take a mile. If you really want to take back your city, you're gonna need to get your hands dirty. Here's an opportunity. A couple of movers are approaching. I'll leave them to you. Show me what you can do. Okay. Oh dang, I'm already knocked down. I'm gonna try... Okay, so I can hold Q to do like a super punch. Ooh, my HP is not doing so hot. I'm gonna do that, use item. Oh, I've been munted. I was munted, and I've arrived at the hospital. Okay, I guess I didn't make it out of that one. Well, I guess I did, but I lost money. What's... Oh, and it gives you a little marker to show you where you used to be. Okay, I don't want to get in any bounty trouble right this moment. Is there a weapon I could find first? I feel like going into this not bare-fisted would be the ideal thing here. Alright, I think I'm getting a bit tired of this game for now, but I might play it again in another stream. Plus, I've been going almost 4 hours, so that means I gotta get to some Poosh XL sooner or later. So yeah, I think this game is good. I like the art style. I like all of the mini games. I like that stealing vehicles is more than just pressing a button. Like, you actually have to do stuff to like steal the cars. And I can only imagine how much fun it would be just to have like 3 other friends online just to like wreak havoc and do stuff. And I bet that's the thing too. I bet a lot of these fights are easier when it's not single player. So I might stream this game more, I might not. It really depends. I have already purchased about 12 games, I think, during the Steam sale, including Monkey Ball. And I still need to play more Penny's Breakaway, which at this point in the stream, I don't think I'm going to do. But I'm gonna save and quit to desktop. Let's see. I want to give the game a thumbs up because it is good so far. And, well, what do I want to play next? Do I want to do a little bit of Push XL to end the stream? Yeah, I'm going to play a bit of Push XL to end the stream. Cloud out of... Oh, right, I was playing on my Steam Deck. I'm going to want to resolve that. Let's see, changes from another device. Okay, maybe I won't be playing Push XL. In that case, I don't quite want to end the I don't know. Actually, you know what? I bought a bunch of other games from this guy because they were not very expensive. So I'm gonna try this one out, and I'll resolve that cloud issue later. Super Bit Blaster XL. Let's see what this game is like. I'm just gonna play for a few minutes. Alright, so WASD, space, shift, alt. Space is boost, shift is brake, alt is bomb. Oh, I get to practice a little bit. Okay, so my guy like auto fires. Okay, and I don't want to hit the wall. Yeah, and then I can do alt to, can I do that as much as I want, or is there, like, just a quick timer? Okay, well, I guess alt is fine because this doesn't look like a mouse game anyway, so... Alright, I think I'm good to go. Okay, so no, I cannot do that as much as I want. I got some kind of achievement, earn 1,000 points. Whoop. There we go. Okay, so you gotta keep on collecting stuff so that you can do things and stop you from being lazy, I guess. Oh man. Also, I did not change my game category, but oh well. I was playing that money GTA game, but I'm not right now. I'm playing another game I bought during the sale. Yeah, which much like the other one is just kind of a fun, relaxing game. I like these games. I think these are going to be good stream enders. And yep, this game got me over 4 hours. I don't know. I'm getting pretty hungry. I think my tummy is a little rumbly. That being said, I will probably play a little more of this game too, and I'll figure out what was going on with that cloud save, because Pooch XL is a game that's fun that I want to play more of. Okay, so it looks like there is an auto fire mode, but you don't need to. Yep, that's Pooch XL. That's like the one I've been playing the most. Because like I plan to end streams on it when I can, and I also kind of relax to it at night, like before I go to bed too. It's like really good. So I'll work out whatever that cloud issue might have been, and go from there. But yeah, I'm gonna quit. Let's see, to desktop. I'm gonna bring the camera back to just me, and bring background, and I'm gonna go back to just chatting. There we go. All right, so I've been going for 4 hours. I did like a little more than 2 hours of web dev type stuff. I went over a good site. I'll have one more site to go over still. During the next stream, whenever that'll be. As it has been, my schedule is just kind of whenever it is right now. That will solidify over time. But in general, right now, I'm doing twice a week for at least 4 hours. I'm hungry enough now that I'm going to cut it off pretty much right at 4 hours. I don't think I'm going to cut close to 5 like last time. But on other days, like when my knee is feeling better and I'm back into doing VR stuff, I very well might. So I kind of consider this to be like a 4-hour minimum stream, where I might go for longer than that sometimes. So assuming I had any lurkers at any point, thank you for watching. Assuming people watched the VOD, thank you for watching that too over on the YouTube end. And yeah, I'm gonna have you guys chill out with little Anya for a little bit. I'll turn her glasses back on and put the appropriate sign on the forehead area. And yeah, I had a good time streaming. I'm gonna be eating dinner now, and yeah. Thanks, everyone. Hopefully the web dev section was informative and interesting and nice. And hopefully the video game section was fun. I didn't really feel like doing too much music this time, but I'm thinking next time I'll progress that song a bit further. And hopefully my knee's feeling better. Like I'm like standing up is fine and stuff, but like doing like a lot of exercise on my knee has been kind of hard lately, but it's feeling a bit better every day, I think. So I'm thinking if not next stream, then the stream after next, I should be able to get back into doing like real VR exercise kind of stuff. So yeah, I guess that's pretty much it. I love websites, I love video games, and I got to do 4 hours worth of that, and I consider that a success. I consider that to be a win. So with that said, I'm gonna be at my stream endings screen for a bit, and I'm gonna call it a day. See you guys.